Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing today is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning to our daily collective read today, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, first and foremost, most important question, how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. We're starting to navigate away from some of the discombobulated energy that we were experiencing a few days ago. But the one thing I keep on getting, the message coming through is it's like hyperbolic into stampede, which is, it's interesting because, you know, I need to describe what's effectively the timing, like the timing of this energy right now, like just has me kind of like rolling on the floor laughing, because like the one thing I need to point out is we've been going through this like super prolonged eclipse retrograde cycle for like months now, and we finally have planets that are moving out of retrograde. But when I say this is the hurry up and wait type of energy, um this is what I meant, because it was like a lot of that feeling of energetic constriction that you may have been feeling when all, like, particularly when Saturn was in retrograde, because what was often happening there is that feeling of things that take like monumental effort to move things like an inch. When we've got planets the way that we've had, that's like the type of energy that we've been experiencing. Now, the reason things may have gotten even more wonky last week has to do with the fact that we started to have some planets that were moving out of retrograde, but the order by which they were coming out of retrograde was not energetically ideal. And especially, I would not be surprised if you told me that you navigated that most recent full moon feeling a little bit of roughness. Because, and I was kind of describing this, typically a Gemini full moon in Sagittarius season isn't a big deal. It can almost feel, it can create a lot of those feelings of having a, like you're having both hands full, or having a lot to, like having to like shift gears a lot. But the thing that we were experiencing, particularly at the moment that we navigated that full moon energy, was the dual force of, at the same, around the same exact time, we had Saturn that was coming out of retrograde, and it was coming out of retrograde before Mercury came out of retrograde. And at the same time, Venus and Mars are both sitting in the house of Sagittarius during Sagittarius season. So that can be feeling, getting, what does that create? It can create a lot of over focus on the self and building too deeply into the comparison of the force of comparison, where we energetically aspire to be versus where we find ourselves, and potentially even some distortions. Like, the one thing I'm going to keep on stressing right now with this energy is we're not going through a Venus retrograde cycle. But you'd be surprised, wouldn't you? Because the thing is, it's like Venus and Mars in Sagittarius together can sometimes feel like a Venus retrograde by proxy, because it's potentially feeling energetically frustrated in relationality to the way that things appear. And then we've got the Gemini energy of the full moon that we experience, which makes it very easy to potentially desire or aspire to compare our pathwork to others. If you're feeling like that, I'm going to let this serve as your daily reminder that you are exquisite. And when you don't want to build into, comparison is the worst kind of illusion that we have to navigate, because why would you compare yourself to anyone when you recognize that you are when you are too busy, when you are on the journey of finding one's own sense of exquisiteness, right? But it can be really hard, because I wouldn't even be surprised right now with that Gemini full moon and then Saturn stationing direct at the same time, if you're comparing yourself to a past version of self. If you're going through a lot of that nostalgia in relationality to the passage of time and how time and energetically changes the self. So I'm going to say the same things that I've been saying this whole time right now, which is make sure that you're navigating situations with a sense of compassion, and the compassion that you want to find exists within yourself, right? The compassion we give ourselves immediately extends to everyone around the self. So make sure that you're holding yourself in that state of compassion, because I'll tell you right now, and we're gonna get into it. The other thing I've been noticing is there's a lot of differentiation in relationality to where the individuated energies are right now. So being able to articulate and amplify what you need and not assuming others are mind readers is also going to be important. Now, the first thing we're going to talk a little bit about how this energy is impacting the different relationship cycles. We're going to start first with those moon relationships. And for our purposes, the moon relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the present time. For a lot of those relationships or a lot of those situations, we're basically, I'm starting to see a lot of those energies starting to move deeper into divine union. I feel like we're experiencing a lot of the apex of those moon relationships, and it took a while. Like, the thing about them is it's taken a while for those relationships to come together. But what's important and what's significant about those relationship cycles that we see are coming together at this time has to do with the observation of being able to effectively identify. And it was so interesting because it was taking me a while to effectively understand the prioritization point of those partnerships. And the prioritization point that we're effectively seeing is an ability to know the self, right? It's a combination of the two energetic cycles that we saw prior to the one that we're currently experiencing. Those temperance relationships, the prioritization point was everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. The magician relationships, acting as, and like being authentic in the self, acts as a beacon for those that are in alignment to the self. So these moon relationships have been more nuanced because it's about the work it's the work of being able to know the self. And that observation, and it's not surprising to kind of recognize that understanding or that ability to know the self, it allows the context. It required that space of them getting to know one another, right? Like learning, like coming into those abilities or those adaptation points by which they're recognizing and identifying the feeling of energetic security. Now, this is really important because one of the things we're also seeing right now is it's not that things have been completely easy with that energy. It hasn't been entirely smooth sailing, but even the ability of potentially experiencing or going through moments of difficulty, having those like small frustration points, but the energy immediately like understanding, and I keep on getting, especially the last few days, recognizing and healing hyperbole. And what is effective hyperbole? Hyperbole is onomatopoetic. It's the space by which we understand that when we say something we don't energetically mean, we pull back upon it, right? We immediately come into the space by which we energetically reassess. So even in those spaces where they may have even had like expletive disagreements or explosivity points, that ability to immediately almost energetically recalibrate in the same way, like that is the energy that's effectively recognizing and working through the understanding that healing is not perfect, is not the space by which we become energetically perfect, but the ability for us to effectively come back towards ourselves, right? Like closing the distance effectively that allows that observation of being able to find the self again. And so those modalities or those experiences, this is what's healing in a profound way in these relationships. And at the same time, if these are situations wherein someone from the past is trying to return back into another person's experience from a point of rift, from a true argument, and trying to articulate the fact that they were being hyperbolic about something that they said in the distance in between. This is the energy that's able to recognize true hyperbole, which happens in an instant, versus energy that recognizes that they've changed and transformed, but they don't want to energetically admit it. So they articulate upon the fact that they're being hyperbolic, right? And you're not hyperbolic over the expanse of time. You effectively articulate and work towards something in a way that allows you to energetically refine it further. So even in those modalities or those experiences, it could be like feeling very frustrating for some of those energies that are in solitude, because that observation of someone effectively having to move away from a relationship and then come back and say, I'm ready now, right? Like it's not the space by which we take, like it's a conversation by which we understand that we take short energetic breaks in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do better, right? We come into those modalities or those experiences by which we recognize and identify what it is, like we effectively refine, because that ability of having to like have these like long periods of separation, it doesn't understands that is not the shape of a healthy energetic connection, right? It's the space by which you work things through in the modality of togetherness. So there could be a lot of that energy that's effectively healing in that way, but it feels potentially bittersweet because it's somebody like again, and we keep on getting this every time Saturn stations direct in Pisces. This isn't the first time we read for this, right? The admission of feelings does not heal things, right? It's not just enough to articulate that one has feelings, and often those that aren't who are not often those who are not in the space of recognizing their feelings have the misunderstanding, like others don't recognize that they have them, because it's not the fact that they're articulating them, it's the fact that they're just projecting them everywhere. It's working through the observation that the feelings that we are effectively refining upon that allow something for healthy to have healthy directions leads us into deeper connection. And this brings us to those temperance relationships. And for our purposes, again, the temperance relationships are the relationships that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde up until the time of the solstice period that we experienced this summer. Now, these relationships, it's beautiful because I keep on seeing they're getting hyperbole back. And why are they getting hyperbole back? Because it's the understanding that hyperbole is a gift that we receive after a long time of knowing one another, because the hyperbole that allows for the space by which it feels like a delight, the delightful hyperbole, is those modalities or experiences wherein you recognize in the space that someone says something hyperbolic to you, never do they know you more deeply, right? These are the energies that are healing in that way because they're not being hyperbolic in a way to wound, but they're almost coming into that, they're coming to return back to a place where they can be hyperbolic to one another because they know each other so truly. So it almost becomes like the hyperbole becomes a state of play. And this is effectively, again, helping through the other frequencies, because if these were circumstances or situations by which the energy had effectively been wounded before, that observation of understanding the hyperbole that allows the space of understanding another to such an extent that you can articulate something that you know, that you and another person know that you don't mean, but understand the deeper meaning to it. This is often why you sometimes recognize those relationships. And I told you it's very core Gemini energy, right? Like the silent conversation that occurs between two individuated forces when they have a shared history that allows the context by which they can articulate something to one another that means something very personally intimate to one another. So there's a lot of that work that's effectively happening there. And there's a lot of that, that stability. But I also see that this is a time that effectively they may be feeling energetically frustrated or triggered as it relates to the state of the energy surrounding the self. There's a lot of those observations in relationality to what one is trying to work through. And I keep on getting that the observation between what is I keep on getting like what is reasonable versus what is ridiculous. Like I keep on seeing like there's a little bit of that. I see like that ability of like being like almost like playfully digging at each other is almost like the space by which they're articulating that that feeling is not something that is generated between one another. And that brings us to the magician relationships, which for again, we're coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. Now, for our purposes, we always read on the energy that most recently entered into divine union, or else we'd be here forever. But those relationships, I keep on seeing there's a lot of heaviness there. They're going through a maturation process, and that maturation process is not easy. It's working through a lot of frustration. And I keep on getting the frustration that they're experiencing is the fact that they're navigating something that feels energetically surreal. Often, the reason surreality arrives when we're moving through maturation processes is because we're experiencing something that we've never experienced before, right? So it's the understanding, and I keep on getting if these are relationships by which they've been in relationship before, but they've never been centered like the way that they're centered in this one. The ability of seeing energy, seeing things outside of partnership, not navigating that from a state of shared joy or shared bliss. It's a continuation of the understanding that when we're in healthy energy, like we're in healthy alignment, our joy is rampant, right? Moon and Leo. And the reason we say our joy is rampant is because those who share our joy are often energy that is in alignment in relationality to seeing and perceiving our own sense of betterment. And that's often why maturation processes can sometimes feel so devastating, because it's not the fact that you know that you're moving towards what you know is best for the self and those around the self, but those modalities or those experiences where another, right, isn't able to navigate or feel the sense of energetic support as it relates to the changes that they experience or see within the self. I keep on getting that what is that energy doing? They're finding support around the self, potentially even forging into new energetic connections outside of relationship, feeling energetically fortified by those who can share in surreal experiences. So those modalities by which another person articulates something that they haven't experienced before, and then being able to kind of find that like finding that energetic conglomeration energy in relationality to another person saying, I know exactly what you're talking about. It happened to me as well. So we see that for a lot of the energy kind of working through that, it's not easy, right? It may be feeling like very surreal, but that observation or that understanding of working through those modalities and experiences and simultaneously and similarly feeling stabilized in the space of being able to navigate the self and understand what one is working to change versus what one is willing to heal, what we're trying to heal from. I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, it's deep, and it's building into new relationships that are that are concentrated around community and energetic catharsis. But I keep on hearing it's a maturation catharsis. It's working through even some of the feelings of solitude that occur in those modalities and experiences, but in a way that I keep on getting like, it's very core this time of year, in a way that feels like it's very, very warming, or it's very supportive to like the fact that the energy would effectively work to change something if they could, but can't go beyond their own energetic standards in relationality to what they are experiencing. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also invite you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we are going to be hosting this August. We will be traveling to Italy. We will be traveling to Florence, Rome, and Tuscany to study the tarot and the cradle by which the tarot was discovered. I'd like to invite you there. Everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be getting evening classwork from me, but I will also be offering a free mentorship class to every individual that participates in that retreat. And you can head over to my Stack for more details. I'd also like to invite you to our next tarot class, which will be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a monthly paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've experienced prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it, and you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive discount to the full year's worth of classes, you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. And you can also receive, if you choose to receive it, a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just released one recently on this Gemini full moon that we experienced in Sagittarius season. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal, unique spiritual journey. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to make sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Lightworker Rebecca, thank you for joining us. Jess, thank you for joining us as well. How are you doing today, Daria? Welcome, Avatar. And how are you doing as well, Tanya? Good to see you today. Estevan, welcome. Ava, hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Good to see you, Kate and Marilyn and June. I sent it, Jillian. I can try to resend it again. I'm not sure why you didn't receive it, but I'll double check once we get off of this live, dear. Hi there, Chrissy. How are you doing today? And welcome, Nora. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. As I mentioned, we've got 2 different giveaways that are happening right now. The first reading giveaway is going to be happening. We're going to be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. We are already at 4.9K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing right now is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. Prior to doing so too, we're also going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And as I mentioned, we are going to get started in the next few minutes. If you are interested in getting on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the first person read for. Also, please keep in mind that the first person read for always receives an additional card in their reading. So if you get on the list right now, you will have access to that as well. And please keep in mind, we do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Also, please remember that if you are interested in, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, all I need to ask you to do is let me know that you'd like to get back on the list. Give me the date by which you got on the list, and I will be happy to add you back to the list. Perfect. All right, that said, no better time than the present. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. We are going to be doing a masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We're going to be starting right now with masculine energy. We are going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot to do that reading. We're going to start right now with the headspace of the masculine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. 3 cards we have coming through right now for masculine. We've got the 5 of Wands in its reversal. We also have the 6 of Cups in its upright. We also have the Knight of Cups in its reversal. This is a continuation on some of the work that we saw that was occurring over the last few days, particularly and especially in relationality to masculine headspace. One of the things that we were seeing that was coming through in a big way right now, and I need to point this out, there's a lot of disambiguation in relationality to what the energies need right now. And for a lot of the masculine energy, I feel like there's something that is happening, particularly in these energetic cycles, that has to do with the ability to effectively articulate and communicate upon the emotions. Now the thing that we keep on seeing, and I feel like this is a continuation of what we were seeing that's happening in a lot of the relationship path work as well right now. It's the understanding that when we are effectively trying to communicate our feelings, it's twofold work. It's not enough to effectively articulate the fact that one has feelings, right? That is a major accomplishment. But it's also the ability to articulate, to move the emotions into a space that allow for the context of something creative or productive to energetically emerge from them, right? This is often, and I feel like this can sometimes feel very energetically frustrating because, you know, we can't energetically control the things that we feel. But the ability to heal is not about trying to control our emotions, right? If you try to look at healing from the space of controlling emotions, you're gonna be here for a very long time. Because the thing is, those who feel like, and I need to point this out, those who feel like they have control over their emotions are often misarticulating the fact that they're actually suppressing them, right? And when you suppress something, you don't get stronger. in the ability to energetically feel it, right? And so, I feel like there's a lot of that work that we see that the active masculine is doing in relationality to finding the ability to feel the emotions, but also be safe in the modality by which they're experiencing them. I also keep on getting this message coming through as it relates to positive vulnerability and negative vulnerability. And we need a word for it. It's very frustrating that we don't have a word for it, because I just keep on seeing that masculine has been in a state of deep contemplation upon the reactivity, right? The reactivity that allows for the ability to feel very, like, I keep on hearing, that fast action, as it were, that allows one to move very energetically quickly, versus that same modality that often creates a space that we break or damage things in the experience, by which the fact that when we feel emotionally vulnerable, it can bring up a lot of the same energy as when we feel physically threatened or physically triggered. And so I keep on getting, this is the masculine energy that understands that when we allow ourselves to feel our emotions, our brain has more of an opportunity to disambiguate between the points between, right? The observation, relationality to what feels energetically stabilizing and supportive to the self, right? That feeling of vulnerability that actually fortifies, because it allows us to kind of understand what we energetically care about, versus that volatility that often creates for that, like I keep on hearing, that often it creates for those, that explosive momentum that is often needed in relationality to how one is being energetically reactive towards things. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, that observation of kind of working through those experiences or circumstances or situations often feed in to, like I keep on hearing, like I wouldn't even be surprised right now if there's masculine energy that's going through some deep contemplation in relationality to past experiences where they weren't as energetically attenuated to do that. Because I keep on getting, often with I feel like every time I read for masculine energy, it feels like there's a lot of frustration in relationality to some type of understanding of the self that they had to come upon on their own. And that's what I keep on getting, because I feel like there's so much, like it's almost it's a frustration. It's like kind of angsty, but I keep on getting the reason it's angsty is because it almost feels like for a lot of masculine energy, feeling like something that they were taught about masculine, like being masculine, was some kind of doctrine of separation, right? And then, like, how can you work towards masculinity that says it's a doctrine of separation, and then be surprised when one finds oneself isolated within the context of experiencing it? So I feel like that's a lot of those feelings that are energetically kind of coming up in those modalities. But I keep on getting that even in the space by which they're articulating and communicating that is allowing for healthy counterpart connection to form. Now, this brings us to feminine energy. And for our purposes, we're going to be using the Tarot of the Divine right now for the feminine headspace. Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. 3 cards for the headspace of the feminine right now. We've got here the 3 of Swords in its upright. We've got here the 7 of Cups in its reversal. And we've also got here the Queen of Coins in its upright. Now, this is important because I think you've been talking about the fact that, like, the energy right now is all in very different headspaces. Sometimes I read and the individuated energies are in more of an alignment point. Not so much right now. Everything I'm seeing for masculine is really contemplative. Masculine might be in a very, I keep on getting masculine might be in a very contemplative mood. There's no contemplation. There's no time for contemplation right now in the feminine and like activation zone. I see, if anything, for a lot of the feminine energy right now, this just feels like activate, 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 activate. And so there's something that's very, and I told you, like I keep on reading for the fact, I'm not surprised to see it. We got Venus and Mars in Sag season during Sagittarius. Like that is all the energy. While masculine right now is much more in that space of Jupiter, that is Jupiter that's retrograding right now in Cancer, right? So you got masculine that's all Jupiter in Cancer, which is like, you know, like deep thinking, like a lot of that, like thinking about the self. And you got feminine that's just like firing on all engines, is what I keep on seeing. So make sure, I'm only saying this to say, if you want to have a deep conversation with someone right now, make sure you lead by asking if they have the bandwidth to have one. Because I can see a lot of room. I'm just telling you right now, I can see a lot of room here for for basically miscommunication in relationality to masculine being in more of a somber, like being more in a point of somberness, and feminine working, like I keep on seeing, like working through something in such a way that they're just like boom, 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 right? Like that's a lot of the energy that we see right now. But one of the things we're also identifying and working through has to do, I keep on getting for feminine, this is I keep on, this is feminine energy trying to, I keep on getting this space, trying to have, like feeling the need of working into the context of having to, I keep on getting like having to navigate across different, like across different spheres is what I keep on seeing. And a lot of that energy that we're effectively seeing right now that's happening for feminine is requiring them to be in a space of like perpetually shifting gears. And so for a lot of the feminine right now, I almost see the energy that's working in that way and thinking about the fact that they'll have time to energetically contemplate later, right? And I feel like even in the space, like the reason I'm articulating this is because the ability, I keep on hearing like the major question, it's okay. And here's the thing, healthy relationship can always occur. We don't always have to be in the same, we don't have to always be in the same energetic alignment, but we make sure that we understand, we navigate another person's headspace with a sense of energetic empathy is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something really, I feel like there's something energetically important there to kind of to navigate and identify and work through. Now we're going to get to, we're going to get to the we're going to get to the non-binary energy, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, borderless. 3 cards for non-binary, please. We've got here the King of Pentacles in its upright, the Tower card in its reversal, and the 6 of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're seeing here, because the thing I keep on identifying right now, and this has been a continuation of what we've been seeing with the non-binary energy, they're in a space where, you know, I keep on getting, they're looking like this is the identification point of what non-binary energy is seeking right now in relationship. It's know thyself, right? It's the recognition or the understanding of the ability of counterpart to feel energetically secure within the self. And the reason I keep on seeing this, and it's a continuing, like it almost feels like a continuing conversation, the more that we energetically know ourselves, the more that we're effectively able to become energetically reliable to those that effectively like experience us is what we see. And that feeling, I keep on getting that feeling of energetic reliability is something that is articulated as, and this is why you'll often recognize that those that know themselves become energetically reliable, because it's the reliability of understanding the self by which you always know where you energetically stand with another person. And so I feel like there's a lot of that energy that works very hard. Like I feel like there's a lot of energy there that works very hard on relationship by knowing the self first. And we've been having this continuing conversation that's been coming up over the last few days with this energy about the difference between being self-centered and centered in the self. Now, what is the difference between self-centered and centered within the self? Self-centered is not working through the space of having energetic empathy for those around the self, right? It's not feeling, it's not the ability of being able to navigate others' feelings, right? It's that work or that determination point by which it feels like that I keep on hearing like the erasure of anybody else that is not having the experience of the self. Whereas the oppositional point to that is centered in the self, is a recognition of the person that one is in the context of the energy that is surrounding the self, right? It's different because it's the observation, it's looking at the self as a part of a greater whole, but also feeling the energetic uniqueness point in relationality to what you can bring to circumstances, situations, and opportunities. So, for a lot of the energy that's effectively working through that, I keep on seeing they're looking for counterpart energy that is centered within the self. But again, having to navigate the fact that others potentially often come towards them in a self-centered way, which is potentially seeing, well, how do you usually tell that another person is self-centered? Because they only see another person as a means to an end, right? They don't see the energetic being that exists within the context or the framework of the personhood. So that's why I keep on seeing that this is the conversation that a lot of that energy is having, the differentiation point between having to hold themselves at a bit of an energetic distance to build time, to build relationship, because I keep on hearing, they've been the source of other individuals' unhealthy fixation. And the unhealthy fixation is often articulated or amplified by situations or circumstances by which another person does not see a self behind the self, but only sees another person as a means to effectively alleviate some kind of energetic pain that they're feeling. So that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy working through that. I told you that there was some kind of work I kept on seeing in counterpart, having to explain the difference between energy's reservedness that sometimes can be misperceived as aloofness. And this is a lot of that conversation that we see is potentially occurring in those modalities or experiences. Continuing to get clarification, moving back to masculine energy. Can I get 3 cards for masculine? Heart space of the masculine. We're going to be using the tarot of the divine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. 3 cards right now. We've got the Ace of Swords in its upright. Ooh, we got the 4 of Wands in its reversal. And we've also got the 5 of Cups. Whew. We got the 5 of Cups in its upright. And I got to tell you right now, like what I keep on seeing in relationalities to circumstances or experiences in this way is I feel like there's something really energetically important that we see is potentially occurring in these experiences as it relates to like I keep on seeing, how do I describe this best? Masculine feeling energetically stabilized, working in context with counterpart that, and I keep on seeing the determination point in relationality to the ability to articulate and identify upon manifestation goals is what I keep on seeing. And I think that this is really important because this is getting back to the fact of the masculine working upon the knowing of the self. Because what happens, like here's the thing, when we don't know the self, we feel energetic fear in committing to anything, right? This is why we talk about, and this is just a sad truth of it, like the ability to facilitate a healthy relationship is entirely based upon the context of being able to understand the self, because that ability of doing so often it's the space by which we feel energetically ungrounded in where we find ourselves. And so I feel like this is a lot of the energy of the masculine working. Like I feel like this is beautiful because this is very similar to what we're seeing right now in the context of the non-binary energy, in the headspace of the non-binary. This is the masculine that's doing the work to be able to determine the difference between the feeling of energetic longing, right? The feeling of energetic longing that we often carry into situations. And this is a problem. If we feel energetically lost within the self, we can find the most perfect relationship on the planet. And we can feel lost within the context of that relationship, specifically and particularly because we don't find ourselves through partnership. We find ourselves in the space of the self. And when we find ourselves, we arrive into healthy relationship because we're not searching for something that's missing. We're looking to fill, we're looking to fulfill something that we're trying to energetically create. So I almost see this in the modality or the experience of the masculine being able to recognize that that path work is not, should not, I keep on hearing, should be one that we don't feel like, and this is what happens, because when we talk about manifestation goals, and we feel like when we try to hold on to a person, right? This is why we have to heal from coveting. When we want to hold on to a person and we say that we'll do anything, right? That isn't the context by which one builds a healthy relationship, because then that same sense of saying I'll do anything for you will one day become, look what I did for you, right? We don't change our manifestation goals for the sake of building into energetic partnership. We unify upon them first and foremost, and then we effectively flourish in the terms of being able to build upon something that we aspire and desire for together. And so I feel like this is a lot, this is a lot of the masculine energy that's understanding that ability of they're letting go of that aspect of possessiveness in partnership, right? Because the possessiveness, like the possessiveness in partnership, can often be indicative, right? And it's almost like the masculine saying, like, when I feel energetically possessive, what is the energetic fear behind the point of the energetic of the possession point? Like, that is the understanding or amplification of being able to start to do the work to understand our vulnerability on a deeper level. And so I feel like that's a lot of the energy of a masculine, the healthy masculine energy, that's working to facilitate those type of energetic connections. And I keep on getting, it's working through the ability, like this is the energy that says, if I feel good within the context of the self, then I'm able to move towards my destiny with a sense of clarity and purpose. So I feel like that's something that's very beautiful. But it's also like, I feel like there's a lot of the masculine that's also healing from wounds in the past where they might not have had that same sense of clarity to a certain extent. Now, continuing to get clarification for feminine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the purposes of the heart space of feminine. Can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. 3 cards for feminine. We've got here the 6 of Swords in its upright. We've got here the 10 of Cups in its reversal. And we also have here the King of Wands in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to the feminine right now? I've got a lot of this energy right now of feminine. Like, I feel like this is also like, this is a lot of the feminine energy that's working through, I keep hearing like working through the difference. And it's interesting because this was the same message that was coming through for masculine a few days ago that's now moved into the feminine's heart space. The difference between protective and protected is what I keep on getting. Because often, and this is what happens with feminine all the time, right? Feminine often recognizes that the frustration point of a lot of the trauma that feminine experiences has everything to do with energy that acutes them. And what does it feel like when energy is being acuted, right? The observation of feeling the sense in relationality to something, not feeling like trying to protect, like the wound that happens from someone that articulates that they're doing something in order to protect you, that you articulate that you don't need energetic protecting from. That is literally the word covet. That's what it means to energetically covet something. It's being able to effectively cover it, right? To say, like, to come into the space by which you articulate upon the fact that another, like something, someone else needs that type of energetic coverage point, failing to build into the pathwork of consent, right? Because consent, and when we're energetically protective of one another, then we amplify and articulate upon the significance of honoring each other's choices. So this is why we see that for a lot of the energy of the feminine, working into that context, being able to build into the pathwork of recognizing and identifying the energetic work of counterpart that does not effectively build into that coveting energy, trying to effectively say, oh, I'm going to be, I have to acute you by diminishing you and effectively covering you because I get to determine what's important for you because you are not equal to me, so you can't make energetic decisions. But instead, the space by which they build into the context of healthy relationship where they feel energetically protective with counterpart, the energy by which they facilitate and build into the pathwork of being energetically supportive to one another and being able to effectively build into that context of being able to identify and recognize what it means to feel held in that way. And so this is a lot of the energy that says this is the difference between feminine. This is feminine looking for preciousness and partnership. And the space by which we understand and something energetically precious is something that we aspire and desire to see flourish, right? It's the space by which we allow something to evolve and grow. And so for a lot of the feminine and the counterparts energies talking about this, this is potentially healing. This is potentially feminine healing from trauma in relationality to past experiences by way and by in the directionality of working through the context of understanding. And this is why I feel like a lot of the feminine energy is moving through this, right? That often the sound of trauma being formed is another person saying, I know what's good for you, right? Because that's not the sound. That's not the sound that we bring into healthy relationship. It's the space by which we articulate and build upon that mutual, like the mutual sense of goodness. And so I feel like there's a lot of feminine that's healing in that way by learning. And I keep on seeing this is them healing trust wounds by building into the context of energy that does not see them as someone that needs to be protective, but someone that another person is energetically protective of. For non-binary energy right now, reading into the heart space of non-binary energy, 3 cards to clarify, please. We're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of non-binary. 1, 2, 3. We've got the Knight of Wands in its upright. We've got the Star energy, and we've also got the King of Cups in its reversal. Now, this is really important. There's a lot of King energy right now in the non-binary sphere. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to that? It's more of the continuation of knowing the self, right? It's more of the observation and recognition and identification point of being able to effectively, I keep on hearing like, you know, you can know the self without defining the self. I know that's going to sound a little, and if you understand, if you know what I mean, then you know what I mean, because that's the thing about it. Like I feel like this is a lot of the energy of non-binary working through the understanding of knowing the self, but also being able to energetically connect with the ineffable parts of the self. Right. And I keep on seeing that's what's like, that is what's very intriguing in relationality to a lot of those relationships, because I keep on seeing that they're effectively looking for counterpart energy by which there is room to explore. And what's interesting about that is the ability to understand oneself further is often requires the observation of knowing oneself firmly, because the thing is when you work through a process of transformation, that sense of transformation that we often experience needs to be facilitated in terms of feeling very well grounded in the seat of the self. This is what we talk about in terms of the difference between self-centered versus centered in self, because those that are self-centered only see others as energetic modalities by which they energetically accomplish things, right? It's the observation in relationality to being able to articulate and define what only feels like it serves the context of the self. Whereas being centered in the self is the experience by which one understands one's part in a greater whole, right? It's the understanding in proportionality to the space that it's an orientation in relationality to the space that the part that the space that one occupies in relationality to everything that energetically happens around the self. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy facilitating and doing that work, that like it's interesting because I almost feel like a lot of those relationships are looking for energetic protectors. And it's interesting that there's this sound of protectiveness that's coming through, because when we talk about protectors, it's the space by which protectors effectively are the amplification point of helping identify and recognize the work that this energy feels like they are effectively projection magnets, right? Too frequently, they feel like they are the like I keep on hearing, like when someone wants to project and they got nowhere else to project upon, it's very easy to effectively project upon this energy. So that's why I see that for a lot of the energy kind of working through those modalities or experiences, they are looking for energetic counterpart connection that effectively, I keep on hearing that helps, like, and I even told you, like, that space by which I almost hear counterpart, like speaking on, like speaking, I keep hearing the difference about speaking about someone and speaking on behalf of someone, which is the space of being able to energetically communicate upon another's distance or why they feel energetically reserved about something. And so I feel like it's like there's almost like there's something really lovely in relationality to the intuition point of those energetic connections, because they're the like I keep on getting, they're the energy that builds, they're building into relationship that is the understanding or the underscoring of another person, deeply like recognizing the trauma by which they were energetically formed, but not just also deeply understanding the trauma by which they were energetically formed, but understanding what they aspire for or what they're working to change and resolve within the self in that context. Now, continuing to get clarification here, moving back into the masculine unconscious space, and we're going to be utilizing the utilizing the Smith-Waite system. Whoop. Okay, that's cantilevered. All right, we've got a cantilevered card in the unconscious of the masculine. We've got the Emperor cantilevered. We've got the Ace of Cups, and we've got the Strength card in its reversal. It's just make sure if you have an opportunity today that you go and take a peek at today's spread. I'll have it posted as a photo over on the stack. It's interesting that the Emperor card came up cantilevered in its reversal in the unconscious space of the masculine, because this is a lot of the masculine energy that's almost like I keep on hearing, in order to understand of the self, we have to get out of our own way, right? That's what a cantilevered energy, like that's what, like that's a little bit of the energetic hurdle that I see that masculine is working towards. How one separates without disassociating is what I keep on seeing. Like, and I keep on getting this for masculine, because I keep on seeing this is a continuation of what I said about the trouble, like the vulnerability gap, which is understanding or working through the context of like this is masculine that sometimes feels pulled in two directions, because the masculine being articulated, the demand to always rise to the challenge, if it will, right? How does one rise to the challenge without allowing oneself to become emotionally reactive? How does one rise to the challenge without allowing that same sense of force to apply into spaces or places that one doesn't desire it? You have to feel it to heal it. This is what we mean. That's why disassociating is so dangerous, because here's the thing about it. You can learn how to turn it off like that, can't you? It's easy to turn it off. Keeping it on, but not being energetically affected by it, that is different. And so that's what I keep on seeing. That's hard for a lot of the energy. I almost feel like that's the frustration. Like that's a lot of the rage that masculine is working through, because I feel like for a lot of this masculine energy, they've been learning to turn it off so much that it's instinctual, right? Like when you feel that sense in trying to turn something off, and you know that there's that energetic switch within the self, it's a lot harder to allow yourself just the space by which you energetically feel something, just the space by which you effectively allow the context of being of feeling the modality of an energetic experience to such an extent. And I feel like that's what's so frustrating, like about it, because it's not even the fact that masculine feels the sense of having to learn something. They're trying to unlearn something in order to learn something. And so there's a lot of that modality and experience by which I feel like the energy of the masculine, like feeling that frustration, but almost feeling the validation point in relationality to path work that feels like it's made it harder for them. For feminine energy right now, 3 cards, unconscious of feminine. I'll be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the unconscious space of the feminine. We've got here 6 of Wands in its reversal. We've got the 8 of Cups in its upright. And we also have the 6 of Swords in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in the unconscious of the feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of the feminine energy, how do I describe this? That's a lot of 6 energy. I gotta tell you right now, there is a lot of 6 energy right now in the feminine sphere. And the thing about I need to point this out. The thing about 6 energy is it's often the articulation point of harmony, right? 6 often speaks to us of the work of finding harmony. And the thing about harmony is, and you always notice this, finding harmony is rarely ever a peaceful journey, right? It's like, it allows, like, it's like, you have to understand harmony, right? Harmony is a lot of moving parts, right? That's what harmony is. It's a lot of things happening at once. It's like that's the thing with harmony. There's like a lot of different things that are happening all at once. And that's what I meant right now in terms of, like, listen, I'm just telling you, if you want to have an emotional conversation with feminine right now, make sure that you ask them first if they have the bandwidth. Because I can almost see the feminine being like, can we, like, I can see the feminine be like, can we please put a pin in can we please put a pin in the emotional conversation? Because I'm very, like, I see a lot of this energy that's working very hard right now in the space of, like, trying to navigate a lot of, I keep on hearing a lot of harmonious, I keep on hearing like they're working through a lot of, like, they're working through right now a lot of different harmonics. And I keep on getting that, like, the space that when, and this is why it's really important not to come into the space of energetically assuming stuff, because I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing this work or potentially facilitating upon something in a certain way, I keep on getting that the energy is working. Like, I feel like the energy has been working in relationality to, I keep on seeing, like, helping others with their anxiety, helping another person, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of creating this space where I just see that the feminine is kind of working towards love in the context of looking at another and saying, what do you need? Right? Like, that's what I keep on seeing with the feminine right now. It's like the feminine that doesn't feel, and this is what we kind of get with, like, this is what we have to be conscientious about with Venus and Mars in Sagittarius during Sagittarius season. Like the feminine working through the context of navigating others' energetic needs while also not disassociating from their own, right? This is the feminine, like, healing from the misperception that love requires, like, I keep on hearing love requires energetic giving, but not self-sacrifice, right? Because the thing is that I keep on hearing, like the mentality of feeling self-sacrificing is by its very nature energetically divisive, because it often creates a point of energetic anger within us, right? So those modalities or experiences by which the feminine is working to balance, I keep on seeing that this is the feminine that's coming into the space of understanding that feminine being in a state of bliss is also important, because that sense of bliss that we feel extends to everyone around us, right? Because when we are getting the mentality of self-sacrificing, what do we often embody? Misery, right? And then you create that horrible vortex where you're doing everything for everyone, but then you're energetically miserable. And then energy goes, what's gotten into them, right? And you're just like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, and so I keep on seeing that this is the energy that says, and I like this because this is the energy, like very much in Libra. I got to see what Libra is doing right now, because this is the feminine energy that says keeping room for bliss is not selfish for feminine. It's the bliss that magnifies, that radiates to all those around the feminine. So that's a lot of the feminine that says there's room for everybody, but there's also but there's no context of doing things for everyone if you're not operating in a state of bliss as you do it. Because if not, then you create that you're like, I need to point out, when you're doing everything for everyone but you're miserable as you're doing it, you're bringing trauma everywhere. You're just bringing trauma. You're like, would you like some trauma? So there's a lot of that energy that's like working towards like finding that energetic balance of happiness. And so I feel like that is like very heavy in terms of the mindset of the feminine, like trying to work into that context of reserving something for the self, but not feeling bad for doing so, is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what I keep on seeing, that the feminine's trying to energetically alleviate for, saying it's not selfish to desire happiness. Because when we seek happiness for ourselves, we become an example of that joy for everyone around us. Now, continuing to get clarification, bottom of the deck on the non-binary energy, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Divine for that energy right now. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. we got the Knight of Wands. We've got the Judgment card in its reversal. We got the 9 of Swords. You know? I feel like the thing about, like, the thing I keep on picking up, like with non-binary energy here in relationality to the unconscious space, is like there's like, I don't know why, there's a lot of how do I describe this? There's a lot of energy that is exhausted. I keep on getting this energy is exhausted with being another person's irony catalyst, is what I keep on hearing. I'm gonna have to investigate that further, which is irony catalyst, which is the space. I feel like okay, I need to point this out. This energy always feels like they're ahead of the curve. This energy always feels the frustration of being energetically ahead of the curve. And being ahead of the curve is a very lonely place to be. Because as you're ahead of the curve, everyone will say that you're going in the wrong energetic direction. It's the modality by which you're simply following the next logical step, and another person says, where are you going? And you're going, I'm going to the next logical step. And they say, no, you're not. Right? It's like, no, you're not. It's like, and then you get into this like little heated debate with someone about the next logical step, and then you wait a bit of time, and now everybody's going towards the next logical step. And then somebody, and this is often the space by which the energy is very used to energy coming to apologize to them weeks, months, nay, years later. Right? This is the energy. This is the energy that gets exhausted by energy saying that you were right, and being like, they don't care about being right. They just wish for once someone would say that they're energetically right on the timeline by which they're effectively having to do something. It's what I keep on. Like, that's what's so frustrating about the energy. It's not the energy. It's not the energy it's the energy that knows that following their intuition, like, they've got the light on, they know that it's the right direction, but it's often the context of them having to be the person that's energetically fearless, or be able to effectively articulate and amplify that in the wake of others' projections or the amplification of other person's, like navigating other person's energetic concerns or worries or fears. So like I keep on getting, it's very like in the non-binary energies, like unconscious, it's a very ironic place, because the thing is they've done a lot of, they've had to do a lot of shadow work in that environment. You know how hard it is when you know that you're moving into the next logical place, but the energy around you is navigating from a point of fear, and then you're trying to effectively proceed forward, and everybody's articulating that you're the energetic source of fear because they haven't healed from their own energetic projections, and then they recognize, or they come into the point of maturation where they understand that there was nothing to fear, but actually the fear was their own projections about their own insecurities, and then someone tries to come towards you and apologize, but you are exhausted from the apology because you could tell that that was happening all along. Raise your hand. You know, it's like, this is the energy that's like that's what I mean. Like it's just the energy that's like, you know, it's just it's they're used to it. They're used to. And so like that's, and I keep on getting, and the thing is, what's so clear to them, to others, like it's just, it feels like they get exhausted because it's a lot. Every time they experience that, they go, here we go again. Like, here we go again. Here we go again, trying to energetically proceed, like trying to energetically proceed in what I know is the energetic positive direction. And it's like, it often feels like that space. And I keep on hearing like the hard part with that energy is it's a lonely place to be, because this is energy that's very conscientious. They're centered in self, and they're not self-centered. And you know why you can tell that they're not self-centered? Because they don't drag others into their manifestation goals unless they're energetically willing. They don't drag energy into those manifestation goals unless they're energetically willing. It is the observation and the understanding of working towards something in a way. And that's why I keep on seeing that. I keep on hearing that energy. I keep on hearing that. And that's what's beautiful about the energy. I see the energy saying they're willing to carry the weight. They're willing to carry the weight of another's reservations, but they will not drag another person into that energetic experience, is what their manifestation goal. That's the energy that says they're willing to carry the weight, which means they're willing to be energetically patient, right? They're willing to be energetically patient towards what it is that they're trying to build upon. But the ability of, because I keep on seeing those modalities or experiences by which they've been hurt before because of another person, potentially like them arriving to a relationship and being the articulation of what another person always claimed that they energetically desired, but instead of receiving the manifestation goal, they just became the source of another person releasing their shadow work. Do you know how painful that is? You know how painful that is, that someone articulates that they want a manifestation goal with you, and then instead of receiving the manifestation goal, you just become the place where they put all their shadow work? That's why I see a lot of this energy being amazingly talented at the ability to transmute, but also not moving towards another person's shadow work when they recognize that it's existent, right? That is the energy that articulates and says, I can, like the energy says, and I feel like that's what I keep on hearing, they can bear the weight, but they're not in the space by which they're going to, like they don't want to condone another person not doing their shadow work effectively. That, and I feel like a lot of that energy has been hurt before from modalities or experiences where that energetically occurred. And I keep on saying that they're seeking the energetic counterpart that understands. That's why I keep on saying the understanding of why that energy is effectively reserved when it comes to building into relationships. And that is the context of which, that is the depth of the wound by which they themselves are working to heal. Bottom of the deck on these readings, masculine energy right now. Woo, devil card in its reversal. So the devil card in its reversal speaks to us. When we desire things, it's okay to desire something, but you need to have standards as you energetically desire something, right? A desire is a dream when you put a desire next to standards. That's what a dream is. A desire becomes a dream when you hold a desire in the context of a standard. But when you don't It destroys, and when you have desire without standards, it destroys everything. When you have desire without standards, it destroys everything, because it is the space by which you articulate or amplify that your desire like your desire over extends beyond what anyone else's desires are. Our desires, our dreams are evident in the space by which we energetically share them, and we hold them in accordance with the standards by which we effectively work to attain them. And so I keep on seeing a lot of the energy of the masculine, often experiencing those moments of being like understanding, seeing a pathwork by which they could effectively attain something. But the question you must ask yourself at every moment is, does it align with one's own standards? While for feminine, and I feel like this is a lot of the masculine that recognizes or realizes experiences in the past by which, when we don't know ourselves, we don't have any standards. So that's why we see that that's a lot of the masculine that's working now very like determinately to understand this, the self, because the safest thing we can bring to a relationship is standards. And the way that we identify our standards is by understanding who we are and what is energetically important to us. For feminine energy, bottom of the deck right now, 9 of Pentacles in its upright. So for a lot of the feminine energy, this is a lot of the feminine energy work, it being like saying to the self, it's okay to reserve some of the self for the attainment of one's own bliss. That actually, that is the greatest thing that you can do on your healing journey. Because like I said, when you get into the context, feminine is healing from the feeling of self-sacrifice. Because when you get into the context by which you're doing everything for everyone, but you're energetically miserable as you do it, it's just basically like you become a trauma delivery system, right? Like that is you becoming an energetic trauma delivery system, because it's the context by which you're getting something done, but you're also in the space by which the pain that you experience is not rest within the self, it's shared by those around the self. So that feeling, there's like, it creates this energetic confusion point and builds into a deeper work, because it's the observation of the energy that says that there's no point in doing anything unless one is operating in a state of bliss at the time that you do it. Because if not, you could be doing something, but nobody's experiencing the gift that you're giving them. They're just experiencing the mood or the embodiment that you're holding as you're doing so. Like you think you're doing someone a favor, but you're really just bringing trauma with you. So that's why, and I feel like this is a lot of the feminine that's saying that the gift, the ability to prioritize their bliss isn't selfish, it's a virtue. And as long as, right, as long as it's not the only thing that you hold on to, right? As long as it's in proportion, right? As long as it's something that feels energetically reciprocal, something that can feel energetically shared, as long as it's not the only thing you're holding, having that portion of bliss is what allows for the experience of navigating circumstances to feel energetically beautiful. And so I keep on seeing that this is the feminine saying to themselves, not just what can I do, but what can I do it that creates a state of bliss? Bliss for the self, bliss for those around the self. Because when we think about this space by being able to identify that, that is something that, again, like that in itself becomes the energetic dream. That's often why we sometimes have those modalities. If we abandon our bliss, and we travel towards our manifestation goals, what often happens? You end up in your manifestation goal and you're saying, why aren't I happy? Well, because you abandoned bliss along the way. Bottom of the deck for non-binary energy, 2 of Pentacles in its reversal. So for a lot of this energy here, we're seeing that this is the energy that says that they've been hurt before. This is the energy that says, like I told you, they've had the bait and switch situation of someone coming towards them claiming that they wanted to fulfill a manifestation goal, but instead they just became the place by which another person let out all of their shadow work. And this is why I see that a lot of that energy works very hard not to let that change the nature of their hearts, but also being very careful and conditional as to who they let near it. That is where we find, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember, I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you, PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox, tell you I have a very important message that only can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the Sun card. Our next class will be on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, simply head over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your subscription to my Stack gives you access to, as a monthly subscriber, over 9 hours worth of class material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, and the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those goals and relationality to the class and your work going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we just navigated. And I'd like to invite you to go there to explore and to learn more about a special retreat that we'll be hosting in August, where we'll be studying the tarot in the cradle by which the tarot was discovered. Please join me and our retreat team in Florence, Tuscany, and Italy, where we'll be studying not just the context and the cards, but the civilization that allowed the cards to flourish and thrive in the 15th century. I look forward to potentially seeing you there, and you can find more information about that over on my Stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today, and good, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be, we've already done one of the reading giveaways. Our next reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading, and I'm just taking a minute too. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added to the list for a reading today, just go ahead and tell me your name and the date by which you got on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. How are you doing again, light worker? Good to see you today, Estevan. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Welcome, Ava. Hi there as well. Thank you so much for joining us, Daphne. Oh, thank you so much, Pisces. Kind of you to say. Welcome, Ella. Good to see you today. Grand Rising, Team Osana. Thank you as well for confirmation, Pisces. This is not pre-recorded, Rita. Thank you as well, Sabina. And thank you so much, Avatar. There's no more floating octopus. Oh, no. Nice. I know. I don't mind the sixes. I really don't. Oh no, yeah, it's interesting because like I have to point out the feminine energy right now is all 6, 7s, and 8s. So that's not bad at all. Yeah, energetic giving, balance protocol on lock. I like that, Trishina. Grand Rising, good. Happy Tuesday. Hi there, Avatar. Yes. Feel this often. No, you're not. Yes, I am. Oh my gosh, always circling back. My whole life story. Sending you support, Ella. Thank you as well. I do my best to make it simple, Avatar. How are you doing today, Ava? Maka, thank you as well. Wow, there's a point when it happens too much, though. Obviously, yes. Shoo, yeah, hi there. Hey, Trishina. This almost brings me to tears. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Avatar. This feels like my situation so much. Our work for certain. Thank you as well. True. And Jeannie, you're so welcome, dear. Multitasking with work. That's awesome. You're so welcome. Good. All right. Thank you for that, Infinity MJ. All right. We're going to get started right now on personal readings. The first person we are going to be reading for today is, we've got Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it is an absolutely wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. Just bear with me one moment, please. Perfect. Okay. Hi, dear. How are you doing today? I just need to put a sheet down on this. And if you are interested, if you missed the full daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos and photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. If you are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, all you need to do, as my pen goes flying, all you need to do is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can also be added to the list today. Thank you so much for getting on the list, Lisa. And we are doing an angelic guidance. MJ, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to send the donation, I'll be happy to add you to the list. We're going to get started on an angelic reading for Avatar, but before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I did it the wrong way, didn't I? I was done my Listen, okay, it's been a day. We're gonna do that again. You know, you just every now and then. Let's try that one more time. Let's try this one more time without me showing you the card. All right, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, we're having fun here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. All right, we're doing an angelic. This is relevant to your reading, Avatar. I'm already picking up on it. Hold on a minute. And I'm going to pin up. Exactly. Hold on a minute. I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. In the meantime, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide, pet readings, akashic, and mind body spirit. If you have information that's relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. If you are a super fan who would like access to our disco channel, just message me a disco gif. I'll be happy to add you. And if you are interested in learning more about our trip, message me the word trip. And if you're interested in getting a special discount code, if you're not a subscriber on the class, message me the word class. Thank you. All right, we've got Avatar here. Can I please have 4 cards for Avatar angelic guidance, please? Okay. Two more. Whew. You know, it's interesting too, because it has something to do, with that fox energy that we just saw, is what I keep on getting. And it's interesting because I actually feel like you're in the process, like there's like, I keep on getting some kind of angelic transition that's happening around you right now. I'm getting here like a changing, I'm getting here like a changing of the guards, if you will. But I feel like, and I keep on getting the reason is, I needed to I just need to kind of work you through what I'm seeing here. I feel like there was some kind of situation or circumstance by which you were giving, I keep on hearing, we give someone the benefit of the doubt. We give someone the benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt. And I keep on, and like that's what's interesting, because that's basically what they're articulating. Like that is a gift that we give. And I keep on seeing that you have that gift of compassion, right? I feel like there's some kind of situation that you are like, I feel like I see some kind of situation of being really, like really incredibly compassionate, incredibly understanding. And I feel like there was some kind of situation by which you finally, and I need to point this out, you know, the moment or the experience by which we need that same that same observation of care reciprocated back towards us. You know, I feel like that's what's coming through in that guide message, which is, and especially like I almost see you having to navigate a situation that's like jaw dropping, which is like some kind of situation by which you kind of like work towards like facilitating something for another in like in any like I keep on hearing like the backbreaking work in being energetically helpful to another. And then those moments or the modality by which you articulate that you yourself had needs, you know, I keep on hearing you're not being extreme if you identify and recognize that you're moving away from energy like that. Because I keep on hearing like, like what you give another, it should be like, it should be a two-way street, you know? And it's not, I keep wondering, it's not too much to ask for, but I'm also getting the fact that like they're saying that um, it's okay to feel, it's okay to feel like I need to walk you through this. I see a situation like you would not, I need to work this through because there's like, there's a lot of energy here. It's not, it's not that anything, I keep wondering, it's not that your compassion, like, let me be clear. It's not that your compassion, like those, like, I don't think there was any situation by which you were paying it forward, right? I keep on getting, there's a difference between paying it forward, right? And how can you usually tell energy that feels like they're paying it forward? Being like the modality by which you do something to another and you keep a tally and say, like, now you owe me, now you owe me, right? But the observation, like, I almost feel like there was some kind of like situation that you were cultivating with another, which says, like, no, it's no, like, it's no big trouble. I know you do the same for me, you know? Like, it's that type of energy. I know you do the same for me. The observation of reciprocity, that doesn't mean, like, I keep on hearing, like, that's why we try to be generous, because generosity is the sense of recognizing generosity in the space of trying to build into reciprocity. And that's why I keep on seeing, if you're having some kind of like jaw-dropping experience where you feel like you did like everything you energetically could to facilitate another person, um like being in a space by which they are, like it creates that observation that, and I need to point this out, like, this is what the guide is saying. Better to see it, better to see it, you know? And I know it pains you, but I just keep on hearing better to see it, because I feel like, and I almost feel like that angelic guide tried to facilitate a situation by which you could see it sooner, because I keep on hearing it wasn't, if they said, oh, you know, you've really, like, I keep on hearing, like, oh, you've really fallen apart, like, if you've really fallen apart since like we've been together or something like that. It's like, were you falling apart, or were they taking, like, were they energetically taking things from you, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Um, I whatever that was in the past, and I know how painful it is because I can see it. You know, I keep on hearing, don't get, I mean this in the best way possible. I want you to let it go, because I keep on hearing your guides got it. They've got it. I keep on hearing nothing is missed. They're saying don't, they're saying don't worry your head about it. They're going to take, like, they're going to take energetic care of it. And I think it's interesting because I almost see an angelic guide that was staying very close to you throughout that circumstance or situation, to kind of reaffirm to you, um, like, was trying to reaffirm to you your own sense of appreciation of the self. Like, I feel like that was the energy that was trying to articulate to you how much you were cared for. And I keep wondering how much you were cared for, not needing, not, I keep wondering the word needing, right? Like, it almost feels like somebody who kept on articulating upon the fact, like, I keep wondering, we don't need a healthy relationship. So somebody who kept on trying to articulate the fact that you were being needy in asking for compassion, because I keep on hearing that whatever neediness is there is proportionate to a healthy relationship. So if you're trying to, like, look for something that's energetically reciprocal, I keep on hearing them say it's not needy if you be eagerly willing to give the same. And I feel like whatever that is, I want you to continue forward from it, because I just keep on seeing I feel like that's what I keep on getting in relationality to a new guide stepping forward to you, because I feel like that is the difference between the angelic that was helping to help you recognize and hold yourself in a state of compassion during a very cruel experience, or someone treating you with a sense of cruelty. And I see this new angelic guide that's kind of stepping forth to help you with confidence. I keep on hearing, like, this energy is very different than that energy, because that energy was all about the warm fuzzies. This energy is like, it's hard hat energy. It's like, it's requiring you to be energetically firm. And I got to stress this. I feel like the reason that's happening is if you, I keep on hearing this from this new guide, if you move further away from someone and you start feeling better about yourself, and then they come back and say, wow, you're looking great, be like, yeah, like what's changed? Proximity to that person is what I keep on hearing. Proximity to that person. Remember, like often the energy, like I need to point this out, often the energy that says, wow, like what's happened to them since I moved away from them. And like there's always an angel standing on the side being like, do the math. You know what I mean? Like do the math, like what's changed? It's I keep on seeing this. Whoever this is that you're healing from, I keep on hearing like, don't don't forget, I keep, and I feel like this is important because I feel like there's a lot of changes potentially happening around you. Don't don't forget the difference between where they left you versus where they found you, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing remember, because I it's not, I feel like I keep on getting some kind of like the hard part with that type of energy is I feel like I literally see a situation of someone that you were trying to bolster up at every single moment. And then when they were finally on their feet, they energetically walked away from you. Like that energy does not need to come back, like does not need to come. Like I keep on hearing, pay attention who's around you when they decide that they want to make a reappearance in your life again, right? I keep on hearing like pay attention to what's changed, because I keep on seeing that something about that, like I feel like I feel like it's like even more jaw dropping in relationality to someone navigating a point of audacity, in relationality to, I keep on hearing like trying to hold you in some kind of point of cruelty versus coming into the space of effectively, I keep wondering like the energy that articulates that you're needy does not get to throw its arm around you in a crowded room of the energy that I see that you're walking into. I keep on hearing like they don't get to effectively articulate that things are good with you. But I keep on hearing you'd be very energetically surprised. And that's why I feel like this new energetic guide that's coming towards you right now, it's like I feel like it's like working through productive sacred rage, which says that you don't have to let go. I keep on hearing you don't have to be angry. Like you don't like it's not required to be angry every step of the way, but it's okay not to be okay with something, is what I keep on seeing, especially if it shows the fact that someone else lacks standards. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I keep on getting like whatever this is, like, and that this is further confirmation. I told you about some of the like the energy, the angelic energy changing right now. And it's interesting too, because the next card underneath it was the moon card in its reversal. So I feel like I keep on hearing you should be proud, is what I keep on getting. This says to me that you crossed the threshold on something. Like I feel like there's something here. I keep on hearing, I feel like something about this, whatever this is, I just keep on hearing they didn't leave you. That was protection. Somebody revealed themselves to you. And I keep on hearing like I keep on seeing like hate to see it, better to see it, because there's some kind of observation and understanding. I keep on seeing like the relation, you might even currently be in this right now. Like it says to me like you're finding balance right now. Like this is the sound of you finding what true balance feels like. And I keep on getting healing the trust wound is really difficult, because I keep on getting the sense that you're gonna have to kind of move right back into the thing that effectively hurt you. I keep on hearing them say like your failure point was not in trusting someone. The failure point was in discernment, right? Don't expect what's behind you is before you. Because when somebody breaks our trust, they break it once in the context of hurting us, and then they break it every single day in the space by which we refuse to trust again. So allow that to effectively fortify you. Don't let it change you, let it inform you. And I know how difficult that is. And I keep on seeing no flimsy boundaries, right? Nobody saying like you can't, I don't like you don't have, I keep wondering, you don't have to be friendly with energy that doesn't share the same manifestation goal as you. It's okay to say it hurts too much to see somebody, is what I keep on seeing, right? It doesn't require you to have to effectively white knuckle through an experience for the sake of appearances, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I keep on hearing that's not you being mean. That's you being compassionate for yourself in relationality to being clear in terms of how you feel. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 20K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that's relevant for our readings, you'd include in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. One moment. Yeah, it's like little kids. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I feel empowered by guessing it correctly. I get you. Sure feels like it. Yes. Thank you for confirmation. When you come to a halt because you find put there is 0 reciprocity, clap to claim. Yeah, not sure they are ever going to. That's what I keep on hearing. When that day comes, pay attention who's standing beside you, is what I keep on hearing. When that day comes, pay attention to who's standing beside you. I know it's hard to accept. Yes, you felt the shift. Yeah, it's hard because it was a friend. Oh, Lord. I understand. It was a friend of 20 years toward romantic, and I finally see them now. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yeah, this happened yesterday. Jeannie, I'm sending you support as well. Okay, yeah, that's what I was getting. And I feel like even in the context, like here's what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing, don't worry about appearances, is what I kept on getting. Like the guide was being very clear about that. I know. The funny thing is, I know who the past guide is. Like I can pick up on that energy. The new guide, I feel like they're being a little energetically elusive as to who they are, because it feels like they want to. I feel like they don't want me. They want to come to you on their own timeline. So I need to be respectful of that. But I know who the past one was. That one was identifiable. So, and if you want to reach out to me on the disco, I'm happy to share that information with you. I don't like to talk about guides in a public space because I feel like it's personal work. All right, we're going to continue. I'm going to make a note of it though. Hold on. Yep. Thank you. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you, Ashraf, for the stars. And just a reminder, if anyone's joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via the tree that has links in it in my bio. All right. Second call right now for Lisa. And while we wait for Lisa, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The fox just wants to keep it. I like this. The fox is like wants to come out a lot today. I'm okay with it. All right, where are we? Second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Lisa. Also, if anybody's on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, all you need to do is let me know the name and the date that you were put on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back towards it. And second call, and if Lisa's not here, we are going to move into one card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber, oh, there she is. Hold on, never mind. Ooh, we're doing an Akashic. Okay. Let me pin you up here. Okay. Guys, make sure to give Lisa some love. And we're doing an Akashic. All right, we've got one out. Oh. Oh, it's, you know what? I guess it's one of those kind of days. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Hold on. What did you do? Something's changing in your Akashic. Yep. Which is good. I feel like the thing I keep on seeing is something is changing in your Akashic because you're taking a different approach to it, is what I'm getting. You know? Like I feel, and I think it's interesting because I feel like I gotta stress this. Like it feels a lot, how do I describe this? I feel it's interesting because I just keep on hearing the fact that you gave something back to someone. I don't think it's a tangible thing, but I feel like it's some kind of grief that you are carrying, you know? Like I see some kind of situation, like I see some kind of situation by which you are carrying something for another person, but like everything, like the thing I keep on seeing about it is like I keep wondering, it's working through, hold on. It's working through the context of what is and is not an obligation. This has been something that was carried over from you from a past life. And I feel like it has to do with it's working through a very specific journey in understanding. I keep wondering if something is precious to us, if something is truly precious to us, we don't give it to another person for safekeeping, is what I keep on seeing. If something is truly precious to us, we don't give it to another person for safekeeping, which is basically the observation. Like I feel like this is some kind of experience. Like I just keep on seeing some kind of experience by which someone gave you something energetically precious, and then them trying to have this like, what have you done approach to something, but being like, not what have you done, what have you done, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on getting like the observation of what is precious is amplified in the articulation of being able to recognize and identify what feels proportionate. And I just keep on seeing there's something about, like, there's something in your Akashic which just basically reads upon the fact that if something is so important that everything energetically hinges upon it, then we don't give it, like we don't give that responsibility to someone other than the self, because I keep on seeing like the experience by which another person Like I feel like I just keep on seeing you say to someone, and I'm not sure what's happening in relationality to this. I feel like it has to do with your own sense of responsibility. I feel like I see you in some kind of proportionality right now where you're recognizing. I almost feel like there's some type of energy right now asking if you want some kind of help with something. And I see you effectively saying to them, like, no, 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 it's fine. And I can almost see you saying, like, well, I'm here if you need me. And I can see you working through the pathwork of saying that you're not leaving any context by which something could happen that would create the guilt in them if something were to happen to it. And I keep on seeing something about you having empathy for not putting someone in a position by which something energetically accidental can occur is effectively creating a space by which your Akashic is being rewritten, because you're understanding in that moment that one can have empathy in relationality to the responsibility that we bring forth in terms of if something being so precious, we don't give it to anyone beyond the self to do because it's precious work, is what I keep on getting. I feel like there's something really, really important there. And it's also not surprising if that is a situation by which it might be changing the shape by which you effectively navigate or see another person through. Like I feel like there's like I feel like it's the type of energy. It's like the Akashic is being rewritten because it's the space by which you're recognizing that you would never do that to someone, is what I keep on getting. And it's interesting too, because it feels to me like a past life connection, some kind of feeling of energetic obligation that carried through from this life into from the past one. Um, I keep on hearing that's the major message that keeps on coming through, and I keep on getting, and I'm not again like I'm not sure. Like I see, like I feel like this is you surrounded by responsible energy. Like I just see you in the space by which you're surrounded by responsible energy, and I keep on hearing like responsible energy. Responsible energy recognizes the responsibility point that is calibrated for, like, I keep wondering, responsible energy calibrates for, like, understand. I keep on hearing like responsible energy calibrates for the guilt another person would feel if something energetically accidental happened. Is all I keep on hearing. Responsible energy calibrates for the accident, is what I keep on hearing, which is the observation of understanding that when we give each other responsibilities, we don't give each other a responsibility that says everything hinges on something being perfect. Because if something needs to be energetically perfect, we don't give it to another person. We take on. I keep on hearing like this is what's happening with you healing some responsibility energy, because it's the observation that when everything has to be perfect, like if something is so precious that it has to be perfect, that is not something that we give to another person. That's what we are energetically responsible for, is what I keep on hearing. That is our part. That is our parcel, is what I keep on getting. But it's very easy. I keep wondering, it's very easy for those that, like, I keep wondering, for those who, like, it's very easy for those who, like, want something done, but then come into the context of you can't say, I just keep on hearing, like, this is the shape of the wound that you're forming. You can't say to another person, everything hinges on something, and then leave them with that responsibility, and then energetically come back and be upset or like hurt in the space by which there was something that happened that prevented them from being able to do it, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I keep on getting that there's something really There's something really fundamental and important about that. And that's why I keep on seeing too, um, like it almost feels to me like whatever I see that's happening that's being rewritten in your Akashic is is you kind of coming into the space of being more of a protector, right? And I feel like what's hard about that, and I keep on getting like that protector energy. I like to point out a protector energy doesn't say like a protector energy only apologizes for things that they were intentional upon, is what I keep on hearing. A true protector does not apologize for things that are not intentional. So I almost see like that's how you're becoming a protector, because I almost feel like it's you having to shed some kind of weight by which another person continues to kind of bring forth something that happened that was accidental, and you almost relieving yourself and saying you should have never been put in that position in the first place, is what I keep on seeing. So I want you to, if you're going through that process, I want you to hold yourself gently. Um, it's okay to have feelings come up, right? Because often I keep on hearing like when I see like when I see Akashics being rewritten like this, it can sometimes like I keep on hearing let it inform you, don't let it change you, because I feel like this is you kind of finding a new sense of purpose. But that I keep on hearing that new sense of purpose is building into a sense of resolve, or some I keep on hearing like some kind of feeling of wanting wanting to wanting to work towards healing entitlement. And I keep on hearing entitlement, the sound of entitlement is the sound of another person seeing someone operating out of need and articulating or asking why they made that choice. And so I just keep on seeing that I feel like something about that, something about you articulating that is effectively you being energetically protective. And I feel like it's not just something that you're doing for yourself. I feel like you're almost doing it in a way to protect another from something that you yourself have experienced. You know, like it's giving me like, I almost see like a situation of being like, look, you can do that to me, but you're not going to do it on my watch to someone else. You know what I mean? Like I almost see you like almost like in that space of acting as energetic shield, which is like you almost saying like, look, I don't care if you do that to me. Like I almost see you saying to him like, I'm tough enough to handle it, but don't you dare. I keep on hearing like, don't you dare think about doing it to them, is what I keep on seeing. Because that I feel like that is you kind of working into the space of also being a cycle breaker in some capacity. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with that Two of Pentacles in its upright. I keep on feeling, I think it's hard because I feel like in the same context, like what I feel like in the same context by which you're recognizing and identifying that, I feel like it's almost you having an argument with someone in terms of someone becoming just like that. You know? Like I almost see you getting angry at someone and saying to them, you know, you've become like, I like to point out, like, I almost feel you saying, like, you've become the person that hurt you. Like, I feel like that's what's happening. Like, I feel like I see you kind of looking at something in real time and recognizing and identifying the progressive shape of the wound from one person to another. And I keep on getting, you know, the funny thing about sometimes wounds like that, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if there was a situation by which you were telling someone something, right? And you heard yourself saying it and you realized that it was also related to your own path work, is what I keep on seeing. I just keep on seeing some kind of circumstance or situation by which somebody came towards you articulating something that happened to you, right? But your ability of walking them through it, you suddenly realize that you weren't taking your own advice, right? Like I keep wondering sometimes, I always like to point out, the teacher sometimes becomes the student to their own lesson in the space by which it's easier to tell another person what they should or should not be carrying, that often has the moment of epiphany that helps us recognize the burden that we ourselves are bearing. And that's coming directly from that record, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and so I feel like continue continue to work in the context of that. I keep on hearing, pay attention to those moments, because I just keep on seeing, in some way it feels like some kind of work that you're doing to help another through something is helping you yourself heal an inner child wound, because you have become the force that would have protected you at a moment that you over internalized the wrong lesson. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. And thank you again, dear. And also, if there's anyone who's on the hold list who would like to be taken off the list, you can go ahead and let me know the date that you were put on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list. In the meantime, we're going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a super fan, just go ahead and hit that super fan button at the top of the screen, and your super fan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. Happy Tuesday, Ms. Millie. How are you doing today? Also, I'd like to remind you that if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today. It'll be up in the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. Got you, dear. This card fell out as soon as you said Happy Tuesday. So we have here the Page of Cups in its reversal. So I feel like there's something coming towards you in relationality to another person, building into a point of seriousness. I feel like this is someone who's tired of games. I feel like this is someone who is energetically exhausted. And I wouldn't be like, I feel like there's something important in terms of someone working towards making positive changes in their life, particularly, and I keep wondering, particularly in the way by which they're trying to build a healthy energetic connection, like trying to be more authentic about themselves. Yeah. You know, especially, here's the thing about it too, with this 10 of Cups in its reversal, I feel like I'm identifying some kind of circumstance or situation. Like, I feel like you'll recognize this person because they understand their own responsibility in something not working. You know, I feel like this is an energetic counterpart that is working on the self, or identifying the fact that they weren't being authentic in a connection. But I keep on seeing, like, the way you'll know this person is because they're actively working on themselves. They're recognizing what their faults are, and they're working to effectively do something in a better way. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the Hind. You know, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. I keep on hearing, building into an energetic connection where the point of prioritizing you is never a question, or the identification point in terms of being able to talk about relationship from the point of I keep on hearing, like, mutual preciousness and relationality to, like, how we feel and what it is that we say what we mean, and we mean what we say, and we don't say things that get our way, which is not requiring one to, like, read between the lines in relationality to what's happening, just someone who's able to say it out loud or say it outright. Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. And hi there, Ella. 1 card, highest good, please. We've got the Knight of Cups. Knight of Cups is really speaking towards, I feel like this is also you building into healthy relationship, but I feel like this is healthy relationship and relationality to another person like hearing, like talking about how you feel. But I also feel like this is you getting better about talking about how you feel, is what I keep on hearing. Like attracts like, right? So when we talk about how we feel, if energy goes running in the wrong direction, that's spiritual protection. So I keep on hearing your emotions are blessed. Talking about them will send the wrong energy away and will attract the right energy. Bottom of the deck, so long as you're carrying the emotions productively, right? So long as the emotions have a direction connected to them, right? I'm feeling this. This is what would resolve that. So being able to not just carry the emotions that feel like they're hard, but being able to give another person what is necessary in order to facilitate something being better or easier. Animal spirit guide card, please. We've got here the seal. It's not too much to ask for if it's reciprocal, right? It's not, I keep on hearing emotionally intelligence energy does not tell us to wait for another person to become emotionally intelligent. Emotionally intelligent energy never tells us to wait to become emotionally intelligent. You just are or you're not, is what I keep on getting. It's not, it's not, it doesn't happen. Energy that's actually concentrating on emotional intelligence does not tell us to wait for another person to become emotionally intelligent. You either have it or you don't, is what I keep on saying. Okay. All right. Avatar. One card on mind, body, spirit. That's a lot for a one card. We can't really do a one card on mind, body, spirit. That's kind of a full reading, but let's see what comes up. Um, I see you kind of working through harmony. You need to align your schedule in a way that you're able to prioritize. Focusing not on trying to do everything. I feel like you have to build a schedule where you have one priority each day, and everything, I keep wondering, everything else, like one priority each day, everything else is extra credit. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, right? Don't try to move the ocean, navigate your drop, right? One drop, like things get accomplished a little bit every day goes a long way. So I don't want you focusing on the to-do list. I want you focusing on the got done list. Animal spirit guide card. We got two coming out. We got the seal and the fox, right? Which again says focus on one thing, just focus on one priority each day. Everything else is extra credit. See if that makes things feel easier as it relates to mindset. Good. Two cards, please. Yep. Mind, mind, body, spirit. Two card reading for mind, body, spirit is very challenging, but let's see what we got. You don't have to have a conversation with everybody. Sometimes it's not good to talk about things. Sometimes talking about things we're not ready to talk about opens old wounds, is what I keep on seeing. And again, you get to decide what a nourishing conversation is versus what's not. Don't let someone get in the habit of feeling like they have to convince you that it would be good to talk about something if you're not energetically ready. Yeah. Again, with the 3 of Wands and its reversal. Also, we don't there's no such thing on the planet as closure. If someone's asking you for a closure conversation, they're seeking an opening. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. There's never been a closure conversation in all of human experience. The modality is when we meet, we reconnect, right? So you can't say that you want to close your conversation as you're reconnecting. Connecting is opening. So you don't have to, I keep wondering, you don't have to energetically connect with someone, especially if they're saying they want to connect with you to close something. You can just be like, okay, like we're good, you know? You're so welcome, dear. Good to see you, dear. Okay, Ella, a relative. Oh, a relative just took off this weekend during a convo. Oh, dear. Sending you support on that journey, Ella. Anything works. Bridget, how are you doing today? Lisa, card for my guides. I think you should be proud of yourself. You know, listen, when I see that type of work, Like when I see that type of work that I'm reading into right now, it means that we've overcome something within the self. We've overcome a limiting self-belief, or some kind of energetic guilt that we were carrying that never should have been ours in the first place. It can feel hard. And I keep on getting, often when we overcome blockages like that, the first thing we have that comes through is anger or frustration. I keep on hearing, let it inform you, don't let it change you. Bottom of the deck, especially with the Temperance card in its reversal, I just keep on seeing some kind of circumstance or experience. Like I said, like this is that frustration coming up. Don't don't let it build in, let the anger turn to resolve, is what I keep on hearing, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the owl, right? Better to see, but the observation of working through, I keep on hearing like the observation of working through frustration. I keep on hearing sometimes energy isn't intentional when they hurt us in that way, right? Like I feel like there's something, um, I keep on hearing, don't read, don't overread intention in another person not seeing, like not doing their, like that's a problem with shadow work. Like sometimes we can't tell if something was unintentional, like unintentional, like if someone was conscious, like someone trying to consciously hurt us, or whether they hadn't healed something within them enough that they couldn't avoid doing it. I keep on hearing either way, it doesn't matter as to whether it's intentional or not. How you choose to carry it is all that's important. Yeah, we're already doing one cards, Bridget. The list is open if you'd like to get on the list. One card for Bridget, highest priority, please. Woo! We've got the Justice card in its reversal. So I feel like this is you kind of doing some kind of work to kind of navigate or work through any type of energetic imbalances. Um, this is like the best way I can describe some of this energy that we're experiencing right now is like, I keep on hearing like a lot of energy, like playing. I want to describe this as like feeling a lot of that feeling of expediency, or trying to like rush through things. I keep on seeing you like the best thing, I keep on hearing like the gift that you can bring to an experience is calm, is what I keep on hearing. Like your job, I keep on hearing your job is to try, I feel like your job to navigate, your job is to embody calmness, is what I keep on seeing. Like the ability to be a calming force in another person's life is the ultimate gift. So I feel like it's almost saying like look at work as saying how can you do it in a therapeutic way. Bottom of the animal spirit guide. I know that's not easy, is what I keep on seeing, because I almost see a lot of energy trying to project something onto you. So I keep on seeing the ability, like I keep on getting the ability to help another person recognize and identify, the ability of another person to understand that you are new to them, is what I keep on seeing, is what I keep on getting, like making sure that they're not projecting upon you. But I keep on seeing, especially if you're in a space where it's very easy for energy to project onto you, I keep on getting the message of you basically being able to say, um, like, I understand. Like, I keep on hearing sometimes understanding quells rage, which is the ability to help another person understand that you understand. Like, the observation of understanding why another person is upset quells rage faster and better than matching it, is all I keep on hearing. All right. No, you're welcome. Good. Thank you, Avatar. You're so welcome. Connecting to close something like when, oh, exactly. Perfect example, Ms. Millie. Hi there, Jeannie. Yes, you can absolutely get on the list from yesterday. All right, I will add you now. One moment. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Ava, woo, got 2 cards coming out. You know, it's interesting because it feels like it's in relation to, I had an angelic come through on your reading yesterday. I'm happy to share. I'm happy to share the name on their name with you privately. But I feel like I see some kind of work in relationality to you. I feel like you have a very special gift in helping another person. I keep on getting helping another person through experiences that typically unmoor others. Like I feel like there's something really important in relationality to you having a sense of like having a sense of fortitude is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing your purpose is in relationality to fortitude that acts as guide. Bottom of the deck, please. Yeah, like I keep on seeing like I just keep on hearing the same message. There's something on the other side or helping another person like through their own anxiety and relationality to things, especially this Fox card does not want to go anywhere today. It just wants to keep on coming up. Um, I see a like I feel like I see a situation by which like for I feel like you're fortified. Like there's a situation by which there's very little another person can bring towards you that would surprise you or shock you, is what I keep on hearing. And that's a gift because I can almost see the fact that you can help another person through situations where they feel ungrounded or destabilized by bringing them to a sense of letting them know that like you can I keep on hearing like you're very good at like identifying I keep on hearing you're very good at identifying the source of another person's anxiety, which is often sometimes hard because it's the space by which another person tries to play something off and you being like, it's okay to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's kind of a bit of a gift that you have that amplifies your own, like you working towards identifying what that, like how to bring that towards your own sense of purpose. Hi, Lisa. Thank you for those heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you want an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. Chrissy, 1 card on purpose, please. I feel like there's something important in relationality to your own sense of purpose as it relates to healing relationships, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like you've come here to do a lot of work in relationality to healing relationships. Bottom of the deck. But like the thing with it is I feel like it's starting inside first, right? It's understanding. I feel like the hard part with that is understanding like what is within one's own power to change versus what is outside of one's power to accept, to be able to like help others. I keep on hearing like help others see like I keep on hearing like what is energetically balanced, especially as it relates to mutual manifestation goals. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the bear energy, you know, I feel like, again, I keep on hearing relationship shouldn't feel like an endurance test. And I feel like there's potentially been experiences where you felt like that, or you've had to explain that to another, which is not a question of what, like, it's not a question of what we can take. It's a question of what we are receiving, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. You're so welcome, Ava. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, if anybody is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, you can do so now. I'll be happy to add you back. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. And I'm going to pin up. Ooh, I got you. Before we continue with Bridget's reading, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. A reading on where to place focus at this time. Can I get 4 cards for Bridget, please? 4 cards for Bridget. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow, it's a lot of 7 energy. I feel like there's something really... I see you in some kind of energy of preparation. But like the preparation I keep on seeing, like I feel like this is you moving towards your manifestation goal. And it keeps on saying to me, there's something really important right now on focusing on a 7-year plan. Is what I keep on seeing. I want you identifying and recognizing where you want to be in 7 years. And I keep on hearing, it's okay if in 7 years things haven't changed all that much, but I keep on seeing if there's something there that feels energetically dramatic, like I keep on getting the amplification point on where you see yourself versus where you aspire to go. I keep on seeing, let that set the prioritization point. There's something I keep on getting, there's something really important there. And I keep on feeling like it's interesting because I'll just show you. I've got 7 that's very heavy, right? And then I've got 7 that's very easy. So this is basically the talking through of the fact that you're like, it's okay. I keep wondering, it's okay to work tirelessly as long as you see an end point in the horizon. Like if you're working towards something, right? If you're identifying and recognizing and saying, I'm going to be doing this for this long because I'm in the space of energetically accumulating or working through something. So I just keep on seeing that there's something really fundamental about you navigating through that work to a certain extent, and something about you working towards that. Like I keep on hearing, like, that is where you need to set your goal at this time. And I keep on saying, if there's a giant distance between where you are now and where you aspire to be in 7 years, I keep on hearing this is the time for you to start building that plan on how you can start to energetically clear that distance. Because I keep on hearing 7, like I feel like I see, like I need to point this out, like this is the difference in the energy. Like I just want to show you where you are now, like where you are now, right? Where you are now, we've got this Seven of Wands with the Page of Swords. So this is you learning how to do something. This is you building expertise. This is you feeling a lot of that hard energy and relationality trying to accomplish something and feeling like it's taking a considerable amount of effort and energy, right? But this is the other side of it, where something becomes energetically easier, energetically like something that feels like effortless. And I almost see you in that otter energy that almost embodies you overseeing things, right? So I keep on seeing like the difference. I keep on hearing like what you're doing right now is the difference between working tirelessly to create something, right? There's the energy of working tirelessly to create something that effectively leads to that beach moment that we talked about, which is the space by which something has its own sense of momentum, right? And you're moving into the space by which you're not, I keep wondering, you're not working to effectively facilitate it at every moment, but rather you're in the space of making sure that everything is still moving effortlessly, is what I keep on getting. So I see that there's something important about that, because I feel like that is the leap, right? Like that is the leap that you're working on doing right now. Because, and I keep on getting the same message that comes through that says it's okay. Like it's okay if you're working as hard as you can for the time being, but being able to effectively navigate that leap, the ability to articulate or determine what it's going to take. I keep hearing like what it's going to take to progress to the space by which you can have that sense of like, I keep on, it's not the fact that you'll be like not doing anything, but I keep on seeing like more in the space by which you're energetically checking, like energetically checking to make sure that something is still moving smoothly, rather than the one, I keep on hearing like, rather than the one that's like running around doing it. I feel like that is a lot of the work that I see that you're kind of navigating in relationality to being able to articulate and define what it is that you're working on doing better. It feels like, I keep on hearing like, it feels like you moving into a management role. It feels like, I just keep on seeing some kind of circumstance or situation by which, like, I just keep on seeing like you're effectively facilitating or you're articulating to others what to do or where they need to be. And it's interesting because I see a bunch of energy around you, right? Like I see a bunch of energy around you that's taking like, and I keep on like the same message comes through every time I read for you, which is understanding like what your bandwidth is versus somebody. I keep wondering like somebody, like if something actually requires you to do the energetic legwork on it, or if your time is better spent having, like I keep on hearing like having someone else do something so you can do more of the thing that effectively really needs your time, effort, and energy. And it's interesting too, because it does feel like dual path work right now. Often when I see this type of momentum, we can't be too hasty on it. So I feel like there might be something important to recognize as it relates to an energetic bench, like I keep wondering, as it relates to an energetic benchmark that would say to you, it's time. I keep wondering, like figuring out what that benchmark is that you're trying to get to that would allow you to effectively energetically extend something in terms of having someone help you with it. And I keep on seeing that observation, like if you're not there now, being able to effectively articulate upon what that number is, to demarcate it, as it were, which is to say, like, it's okay to say, I'm not there now, but my ultimate goal is when I get like to here, I can expand upon something. Because I feel like the one thing that we want to avoid is the space by which you're taking on more and more and more, but then you're running out of energetic bandwidth. And then you're in that space where you have so much, but you aren't able to, like, you feel like you're overstretching yourself. So I keep on hearing, it might be a good time to start to have someone, I keep on saying, in things that don't feel like they desperately need just you, like things that are not precious. And when I say things that are not precious, meaning something that is not requiring your unique signature in order to do it, potentially having someone that will effectively shadow you in some way now, so that when that inevitable point comes that you need to effectively expand, it doesn't feel like you're having to take on more work in the process of that expansion. It's the space by which you have someone standing ready to energetically help you when that day inevitably comes. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Where'd my bottom? This is exactly what I mean. Where did my bottom of the deck go? I literally can't find the bottom of the deck. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, High Priestess, right? I keep on hearing, uh, it feels like, I need to stress this. It feels almost like, I keep on hearing it. I know it's not the right term, but it feels like understudy energy, right? And I keep on hearing understudy energy is the space by which you don't necessarily take someone on, but you put feelers out in relationality to, I keep on seeing situations or circumstances that feel like they're like outside of your own purview to control, is what I keep on hearing. Which is like, I keep on getting like the space by which you can start to build something now by talking to another person about having Mayday energy. And why do I keep on hearing Mayday energy? Because Mayday energy is not necessarily the space by which another person works with you, but in those inevitable moments by which there's something that occurs that doesn't allow you to be able to do something effectively, the ability for another person to know what you're doing so that they can effectively step in at a moment's notice. I keep on getting that there's something about something that you're creating for yourself is going to be more energetically supported in that way, because it allows you that point of energetic expansion in relationality to what it is that you're creating for yourself. In terms of, like, I keep on hearing like something that effectively moves from being a hobby into an energetic profession. Like, I feel like there's something I keep on determining here in relationality to a leaping off point. And that I keep on hearing the leaping off point is, and I always like to point this out, the sound of a hobby becoming a profession is when the demand for it exceeds our ability to meet it, right? And I keep on hearing, like, I feel like that's where I see some of this dual path work setting in, because I almost see the tipping point that you're hitting in relationality to a hobby becoming a profession. And I feel like these messages are energetically are going to be relevant in relationality to being able to, I keep on hearing, like, do something in a way that allows you to expand, but actually requires less of a hands-on approach in relationality to that expansion. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bridget. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 24K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Hold on a moment. Hi there, Sadie. Oh gosh, if I'm in the same spot 7 years from now, I'll freak out. You're not going to be. Everything I'm seeing, I keep on hearing like it's gonna look a lot different. And I keep on seeing it's leading you to that beach moment that you saw the higher self upon. Hi there, Nikki. How are you doing today? I'm doing that. I feel like all I do is work. I'm as high up as I can go. But I feel like this is what I meant in terms of you feeling like you're hitting that ceiling, but then building in a plan so that you don't feel like you get exhausted in that ceiling that allows for that point of elevation. Yes, exactly. No, I told you it's dual path work. So it feels like something that you're doing on top, like it feels like something you're doing on top of what you're doing now. Lily, you would be Lila, you'd be the next person on the list if you get on the list right now. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, feel free to correct me. I totally understand the message. I just can't see how I could do. Yeah, well, no, the word yet. That's what I meant about the difference between yet versus what it is that you're building towards is what I keep on seeing, like being able to articulate. I keep on hearing like being able to articulate the metrics by which you start to implement like the next step, right? I keep on hearing like identify the metrics where you implement the next step. I volunteer. There you go. Nikki's willing to volunteer. Unless I hire, yes, somehow get clients to agree. I don't see, oh, I've got lots of those. That sounds more intriguing because I like my career, but it's not my passion. That's what I keep on hearing. Like there's something around you. I just keep on seeing like the hobby that becomes a profession, something that you do on the side that starts to have like its own momentum. I'm not looking to expand career. It didn't feel like career path. It felt like something that you're creating for yourself. I would absolutely love to expand a hobby. Oh, absolutely, Bridget. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Leah. Leah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. How are you doing today, Per? And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 25.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channels. If you are a superfan who would like access to our superfan-only disco, just send me a direct message from this live. Hit that orange icon with the disco GIF. If you would like information, a discount code on the classes that we are hosting, the next class is going to be on December 18th. Message me the word class, and if you would like information on the retreat that we're taking in August, message me the word trip. Hi there, how are you doing today, Leah Dan? If you could let me know if we are doing a general reading or if you have a specific question, and while we wait, I'm going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. And if anybody's joining us across the other apps, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio, in my Lio. It is a pretty name. I've watched you forever, but just now I have enough. Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you for joining us, dear. Looking forward to it. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you missed the daily collective, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I'm going to pin up Leah in here. All right, we're doing general, career, love, in 5-year relationship, confusing career path. Okay, that's a lot to cover in a one card in a single reading. So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to do a card, 1 card on love, 1 card on career, and 1 card on advice going forward. All right, just bear with me a moment. before we continue? Okay, can I please have one card career? Thank you. Okay. One card in love, please. Woo! And advice going forward, please. Thank you. One moment. Thank you. All right. You know, in relationality to career, I feel like there's something important. Like, I'm getting a lot of energy right now in relationality to not crossing the streams in terms of the work that you need to do, depending upon love or career. Because the thing I keep on getting in relationality to career is I see a lot of this energy that requires you to have to be like, I keep on hearing like hyper professional is what I keep on getting. Just I keep on hearing like hyper professional. And there's something really important I'm just picking up in relationality to that um hyper like hyper professionalism that I just keep on getting is like I feel like I see you um like not allowing the context of feelings to come through. And I think that I feel like there's a little bit of that difficulty there because there's something about I feel like I see like I almost feel a space by which others are trying to make emotional choices. And I feel like it's almost like I almost see you having to kind of like say to another, like working through something in the capacity by which you almost articulate to another person, like it's like you have to kind of be the lead balloon in the room. Like, you know, it's like you have to like I feel like you have to be kind of predictive in relationality to like navigating another person's excitement, but having to like navigate that excitement with some kind of feeling, like giving somebody a reality check, like having to tell somebody like what is and is not actually possible in the context of what they energetically aspire to do. And that's never easy, right? Because what we're effectively seeing that's happening in those experiences is like I wouldn't be surprised if you have to do something by which you have to like almost articulate to another person the fact that like you've like crunched the numbers on something and you see the fact that something isn't like it's like I see you trying to be realistic. And I want to point out like one of the things I would point out with career is I keep on feeling like the thing you have to write down in career is redirecting the flow, right? Which is not saying no, right? Making sure that in career you're not saying no, but you're saying this is what we could do instead. Like making sure that the conversation that you're having with others feels like it is empowering and feels like it is energetically productive, because all I just keep on hearing is um not like I just keep on hearing we don't say no, we say where we have to go, which is to say that's possible, but this is what it would take to get there. That anything is possible so long as we have the means, but if we don't have the means, this is what we can energetically do instead. So there's something really important about that. The problem that I keep on seeing, complete opposite right now in relationship. I feel like there's something, I feel like it's actually having to navigate through another's complicated emotions. And I feel like it's interesting because the emotions that I'm seeing, like like in the relationship spectrum, I keep on getting, I see something that feels like somebody all over the place. You know what I mean? Like it feels like I see, like I feel like it's almost like the space by which you're trying to tell someone. And I need to point this out. Um, I'm just gonna kind of bring up what I'm seeing in the career space. And I feel like it's almost like you having to help another person in relationship understand how they might make another person feel. Because like I feel like it's almost you having to talk to, like, relationships are about navigating, I keep on hearing navigating priority. I keep on hearing it's not about, like, it's about navigating priority and also being able to recognize and identify what it is that we energetically prioritize. And I almost see someone around you that, like, and I keep on getting this, like when we try to build connections too quickly with too many people all at once, it's basically like that's the sound of, instead of building intentionally, like that's the sound of chaos getting in, is what I keep on getting. Because I almost feel like I see somebody, like I don't know why, like I feel like I've got some kind of like dazzled energy, like some kind of dazzled energy around you and another person, is what I keep on getting. You know, and the thing is, like, energy does not, I keep on getting, like, I almost feel like you're trying to explain this. Energy is not there to dazzle us, right? And often when we feel energetically dazzled, we don't necessarily recognize the context by which another person is, is experiencing something. And I see somebody, like I see somebody who has a lot of like a lot of energy and a lot of ambition as it relates to like relationship goals. But I keep on seeing it's not just, it's about like building into something that feels like it's nourishing, not something that feels like it's exciting, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting, understand that sometimes excitement is also the sound of alarm bells, right? Like the space by which, like I don't know if someone's going through, like, and I feel like again, like the space by which we navigate, and I feel like it's hard because I almost feel like you have to kind of act. I feel like it's almost like the space by which you have to put someone in the position of helping them recognize how they might be making another person feel, is what I keep on getting. You know, because I like I said, when we have that type of like when we have the, I don't know, I keep on hearing like the dazzler energy, but like the space by which another person, you know, feels some kind of like energetic excitement. And I keep on hearing the relationships are where we go to explore ourselves, not to explore what is out there, if that makes sense. And so the ability to understand the self and to move towards intentional relationship is not the space by which we say, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'll know when I see it. Because often the space by which we say, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I'll know when I see it, can often create the space by which we don't know what we're looking for. We're never going to see it, right? Because it can often create that space by which we're like making sure that we're not just looking for, I keep wondering, uniqueness isn't a manifestation goal, right? Change is not a manifestation goal. I often see this. I got to stress this. I often see this with those who carry a lot of Gemini energy. This is like some heavy path work that often happens with those with heavy Gemini placements, which is coming into the understanding that change by its very nature isn't a manifestation goal, because change, like the change does not, like you can find change everywhere. It's being able to understand change is supposed to act as a facilitator, not the desire, not feeling, because often when we are manifesting change, everybody else experiences us as being fickle, right? Like that's what happens. Like when we are trying to, when we feel that sense of being like, ooh, change, 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 like it's pinball energy, and everybody else is like, why is that person being so fickle? Right? Like it's like it can hurt others in the space by which another person doesn't focus on something. They're just moving into the space by which they're seeking change, because it feels like everyone else is an ends to a mean of the change that they're energetically seeking. So you might need to have a hard conversation in relationality to how another person is navigating the way that they may be making others feel in their attempt, especially if they're moving towards, if they're feeling like, if they're going through a lot of that rapid change, but without any clear intention as to what they're looking for, because that can often create that space by which others feel hurt, because they it's like, because it's somebody who feels more like, I keep wondering, like more like they're in the space of like not necessarily building into prioritization, but more in the space by which somebody says like, oh, I'm not here to stay, I'm just here to explore, right? So I think that that's really important there. I don't think that someone's intentional in doing that. Like I see somebody who's very, like, I feel like I see somebody who's very, very pragmatic. But the thing is, especially with those with heavy Gemini placements, and again, a good Gemini will know this, sometimes pragmatism that's not mitigated with reason, with intention, right? It's okay to be pragmatic if we have an intention, right? If we have a modality by which we're doing a lot of things and saying like, give me a minute, let me put them together. You know what I mean? Like he's like there, and you'll always notice this. I always notice you can tell a good Gemini, because a good Gemini is like, give me a minute to cook. You know what I mean? Like it's the energy that is able to articulate why they're being pragmatic, right? Because often you'll see somebody with a lot of Gemini placements and be like, what are you doing? And they say, step back, right? You'll have that moment when a good Gemini energy, you'll say, what are you doing? This is all over the place. And it's Pollock energy. They go, no, 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 no. Step back, step back, watch what happens, right? The ability to articulate all of that fast movement, but because it's a space by which you're energetically connecting the pieces that become the greater whole, right? That is the pragmatism that becomes a sense of purpose. Because often you'll notice this with someone with a lot of Gemini placements. At first, you're like, I can't tell what they're doing, but then you give them a minute and you're like, it's beautiful, right? It's like boom, 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 boom. And you go, oh my goodness, and they can usually articulate it, right? And you can usually find this with a Gemini placement that's in a good place, because they're like, I know that you probably at this point are asking what I'm doing. Allow me to explain. A Gemini, I'll point this out, a healthy Gemini will always be able to look at the chaos that another person sees and say, it's not chaotic. There's a logic here. Let me explain to you what I'm doing, right? That the healthy Gemini can always put reason to all of the changing energy. They're like, if you sit down with a Gemini that's working through that effectively, they'll be like, no, 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 no. I know these all seem disparate, but let me show you the unification point by which I'm doing all of these things. That the Gemini that's found their sense of purpose. But when someone has a lot of like unhealed Gemini energy, it can be change for change's sake, right? I don't have time for this. right? It's a lot of that like frenetic energy that just feels like it's leapfrogging around on things because it doesn't have the ability for anything to capture one's own interest. So I feel like it's the space by which we navigate a point of stillness, which is the observation of being able to articulate that we can't go looking for things unless we know what we're looking for. Because if we don't have intention, then often it's the fact that we're not navigating the space, but that we're truly unsatisfied because it feels like something's missing within us. And that's not something that we facilitate through others around us, but something that we work on inward so that we can build healthy relationships outward. Because I don't know why, I feel like in some way you're having to navigate the the fallout. Like I feel like I think I'm like you having to navigate the fallout of another's hurt feelings in the relationality to someone who potentially is working more in a space by which another person doesn't understand the logic by which they're coming towards them, and feels like I almost feel like somebody who feels like left, like I keep on hearing like left hanging in some way, or feeling like I keep on hearing, like I don't know why I feel like it's a space where I almost see you apologizing for someone, but then having to explain to them the fact that you're apologizing for them. So make sure that you're facilitating upon that. Make sure that you're having conversations on purpose and remembering that change is not a manifestation goal. Change by its very nature is not a manifestation goal. The understanding as to why we're changing, what the purpose of the change is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Leah. And if Leah, and if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Whoop! Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Come back here. Oh, good Lord. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. You're so welcome, Kath. Thank you. Good to see you today, dear. All right. Yes, open to this. You're so welcome. Gotta run, bruh. I like that, bruh. Yeah. Thank you for the confirmation, Leodin. Yeah, Nowhere Man, Beatles. Oh, interesting. I don't know that song. Post it in the disco. Actually, I do know the song. Okay, thank you. Oh, they have a Gemini stellium. Thank you for confirmation. Yep. Oh, and you're a Leo, Sag, Taurus. Okay, you get it. Like I feel like it's like I feel like again those 2 energies can complement each other, like in a beautiful way. You know, a Leo, Sag, Taurus can be just the thing someone like that needs, but it has to it has to be the space by which another person effectively is able to articulate. And it's like you have to be receptive. It has to lead for that point of receptivity in terms of you having to say, like, your gift is probably being able to read the room. You know, like a Leo, Sag, Taurus can be like, this person's thinking that, this person. So 2 months ago, blah, blah, blah. They've never been like, that's a Leo, Sag, Taurus. Like the ability to like read the room. So like, I feel like the hard part was someone with like a Gemini stealing. And that energy is you kind of like working through the space of being like decorum, right? Like decorum, like having a sense of decorum and relationality to what is happening in the energy of a room. But someone with a Gemini stellium might be moving like so rapidly that they might not pick up on the nuance of like the undercurrent of something that is happening. So it's like it's almost like you have to be in the space of getting them to slow down a little bit. And they for their part can help you overcome your over decorum in potentially worrying too much about the fact that energy is entering into situations with a sense of it. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, and I feel like hopefully this is the gift that you can give to each other. So if you're having difficulties in this space, make sure that you're bringing adaptability, right? Being able to kind of see that bringing change into a stifled situation can often create a point of easement. Well, they need to understand that sometimes the sense of decorum allows things to move faster because it shows the fact that you're energetically attentive to those that are around the self. My grandpa has a Gemini stellium, combination of pragmatism and never knowing what the mouth will say. If you ever want to get confused in a conversation, watch two Geminis talking to each other. The undercurrent of it, it's like static electricity. You've never seen anything so fast in your life, because it's like they try to, like, they jump through things so quickly. The problem with Gemini energy is always feeling frustrated because they have to slow things down for everybody. You know what I mean? It's like, he's not okay, but this is what I said, like, working on, so one thing that might help in relationality to the intentionality is talking about what the desire of the relationship is, what those relationship goals are. Make sure that you're having those conversations. My ex was a Gemini, I'm a Leo. We got on like a house on fire. Well, and again, like, that's the thing about it. Like, here's the thing, Geminis and Legos can get along terrifically, so long as, but also it's like, I like to point out, Geminis and Leos are either like best friends or like it can sometimes create, and it has a lot to do with being, because Leos can also be very pragmatic, right? And so in a way they have a way of attenuating to each other because they understand like what it takes to get there. But the only problem, like the only way it actually works, and this is what happens, like if a Gemini's in a healthy space, it's beautiful. But because Leos are Leos work in the heart of empathy. So as long as that's like, it's like it can sometimes be like, I like to point out, like, Leos will often be the intention and Geminis will be the force to get there. When it's great, it's great. But if they're not in a healthy place, it's not great. It's not, it can become very vicious. Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, but like you said, like that was, I'm sorry, again, I'm sad that you experienced that, Nikki. So true. Oh, thank you for as well. You're amazing. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. And thank you for having that reading with me. Yeah, exactly. It's like lovers to enemies. Exactly. It's like, yeah. And now we battle. We're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today, I saw somebody get on the list. Who got on the list? I'm trying to check who got on the list. I was in the midst. Hold on a minute. All right. I think, yeah. Oh, Kath. Yes, thank you. Kath is the next person on the list. Thank you. Yes, Melissa. Thank you for confirming. I saw it fly by my screen very quickly. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more. But Kath is first. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, please keep in mind, we'll be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And in the meantime, Kath is the next person on the list. Kath, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, hold on a moment, just a reminder too, if you are a subscriber who does not have access to our subscriber only disco, just go ahead and send me a disco gift. I'll be happy to add you to the list. I'll be happy to add you to the disco list. If you would like to have information on the class, if you'd like a discount code to our class program, message me the word class. And if you would like to learn more about our trip, message me the word trip. Before we continue, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bolt. All right. And I'm going to thank you for confirming, guys. All right. Kath. I'm pinning up Kath here, guys. Make sure to Kath some love. Energy towards me on that last trip. Okay, I've got you, dear. Can I please get 4 cards for Kath? Highest priority messages, please. Oh, got an extra card. Everything I'm reading here has nothing to do with you. It feels to me like it has something to do with someone else that's in their life to a certain degree, you know? And I gotta stress this. Um, I feel like I don't know what I'm picking up. I feel like and you'll recall that last time we read for this, I was telling you that I saw some kind of situation by which, like, another person being extremely, like, I see somebody that almost never takes time for themselves. Like, I see some kind of situation by which the ability for them to take some kind of sojourn energy, something that they do specifically for themselves, it's something that is very few and far between. They don't get the energetic opportunity to do that very often. And I keep on getting that they're going through some kind of process by which, like, the understanding, like, it never are we more devastated than when we take a little time away and then we feel like there are, like, I keep on hearing the consequences for the fact that we decided to take some time away for ourselves. And I see, like, this is what I keep on seeing that's energetic, like they're navigating. And it's interesting too, because it doesn't just feel like it's happening in the work life, it feels like it's happening personal too. Um, you know, I need to describe the fact that um, a healthy relationship does not necessarily require, it doesn't require us to effectively do everything together. Like, I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is stabilized in having, like, I keep on hearing, is stabilized by solo journeying, which is the space by which we can go away and do something independently and come back and not feel like the relationship itself is threatened because we did something, like, for ourselves. And so I feel like it's hard because, and that's what I meant in relationality to nothing I'm seeing having anything to do with you. But I feel like I keep on hearing, like, their departure um, from an experience is almost reflecting to them the cracks in an experience. Because I keep on seeing, like, I think in the professional space, like, in the professional space, I almost see somebody, I told you, like, having to put some kind of, like, conflagration out in the process by which they took some time for themselves. And I almost see, like, some kind of argumentation point in trying to put some kind of, like recognizing, and I keep on hearing them having conversations with someone that say, look, I know, like we should be in a space by which if I'm not here, things still things still proceed, is what I keep on getting. Like I keep on seeing the space by which they're trying to articulate to another, and trying to say, like, look, like it shouldn't it shouldn't require that, like it shouldn't require that sense of like I just keep on hearing, like, them stepping away from something shouldn't make it feel like everything starts to collapse in the fact that they're not there, is what I keep on seeing. And I almost feel like it's like I have some kind of conversation that they're having with another about making or implementing some kind of change to effectively, like I keep on like I feel like they're still in the I feel like I literally see somebody still in the modality of having to play catch up on something in the space of something not getting done in their absence. Like I see somebody that's kind of working and like firing on all cylinders in the space of another person. Like I see them, and I feel like in a way, like I almost see somebody being like, it's like I've got somebody like shrugging. Like it's literally like I see like and I feel like it's almost like them saying, like, it's a lot of that frustration point, because it almost feels like I feel like it's almost like I just keep on hearing someone having conversation be like, I told you, like I couldn't have made it easier for you. These are all you had to do was do these things. And someone being like, well, I didn't want to, like, I see somebody being like, well, I was worried I was going to do it wrong, and being like, well, you didn't do it at all. It would have been, I keep on hearing them almost say, it would have been better if you did it wrong, because we could have effectively fixed it, but you didn't even try to like do it at all, which is like what I kept on saying, like potentially some kind of conversation that they're having in relationality to that. So that's where I keep on seeing the stress factor was. And if you picked up the fact that they were on the trip feeling energetically stressed, this is the source. This is the source of that stress, is what I keep on seeing. Now, in terms of I feel like in terms of a relationship and moving on to a personal space, I feel like I don't know what's going on there, but I feel like I keep on hearing, like the one message I keep on getting is a healthy relationships. I keep on getting healthy relationships don't require perpetual eyes on them, is what I keep on hearing. Like healthy relationships the reason I keep on hearing healthy relationships don't require perpetual eyes, because the space by which, like the space by which we feel stabilized or supported in each other's absence doesn't mean the nature of a relationship wherein we feel like we need to keep an eye on the relationship to make sure that to make sure that someone is in the space by which I keep on seeing, like the open, like I keep wondering, like the openness of a healthy relationship is one that we don't have to have anxiety as to what another person is doing if we're not there, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like it's difficult, because I see some kind of situation by which I keep on getting this, what I meant about somebody saying has nothing to do with you, right? Like anything about this isn't saying to me that there's anything that you did that energetically triggered them. But I keep on hearing they're going through some kind of process of feeling some kind of, like I keep on hearing, having some kind of fallout where fallout should not occur, is what I keep on hearing. Like I just keep on hearing someone say, I should be in a space where I can go on a trip, and it doesn't, like, and there aren't, like I keep wondering, going on a trip shouldn't come with consequences, which is the space by which another person doesn't do what they're supposed to do and says, well, you weren't here. And I keep on hearing someone say, you shouldn't do things because I'm here. Like the presence should not require the fact that something get done. It's the recognition of what is energetically important. And I feel like what's hard about it is I feel like it's happening both in the professional space, but also in the personal. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I said, like I see somebody navigating, like I see somebody, like if this person, I'm going to say this, if this person was stressed during the trip, you know, if this person seemed to be carrying anxiety in relationality to being somewhere, or I keep on hearing like hyper vigilant, um, I feel like that, like I feel like the hyper vigilance that was like was happening, it wasn't directed towards you. It feels to me like it's like them trying to work through the frustration of recognizing situations in their current experience that require hypervigilance. And I keep on getting hypervigilance is a very volatile stress factor because it almost creates the space by which you feel that frustration, which says if you're not there to see it, it isn't energetically happening, right? Or the observation of being able to, I keep on hearing healthy relationships are the relationships that we can trust each other in our absence, right? Like the observation of feeling something that's energetically supportive that doesn't, I keep wondering, doesn't get rocked if we're not there to oversee it. So if you are feeling anxiety in relationality to being somewhere with someone, I keep on getting that this is like, this feels almost like the culmination of what their anxiety points were. But I keep on getting it's not related to you, right? It's not you. It's like I almost feel them going through the frustration of the fact that they're experiencing some kind of experience that makes it feel like they can't step away from it in without something, like without there being some kind of, like I keep on hearing, like the unsupported situation where it feels like you can't take time for yourself because another person isn't there to step forward and make sure things are being energetically taken care of. So I feel like it's not, if like I keep on hearing, if there's reticence in relationality to that, it's not the reticence that's coming towards you. I almost see somebody like working through some energy that almost feels akin to depression coming, like because something about the trip revealed something to them that they couldn't potentially see before. I hope that helps, dear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next, I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments. Everything felt like she was irritated when we were on the trip. This is the irritation that I'm seeing. No, yeah, she's a workaholic. She has to be, is what I see. I'm glad to hear that again because I sent, oh, understood. Yeah, I feel like I'm sending you support on that journey, Kath. Yeah, it's annoying experience like what I do. Yeah, I don't think nothing I'm seeing here has anything to do with something that happened between you and them, but they're showing me the source of why they were feeling so energetically irritated. Yeah. hmm Yeah. Yeah, you see that? I think that's related to her job. Somebody contacted her during the trip. That's what I saw. Yeah, the stress is probably the source. Definitely. Yeah, she's not entertained. We didn't want to the place. I mean, I keep on like I don't see anything in relationality to that in terms of like some kind of energetic hindrance point. Like I see somebody like who had some kind of understanding in terms of what was and was not possible. I feel like the hard point has more, I keep on getting the hard point around something has more to do with what they came back to. We're at 31K, dear. I really hope. No, I don't. I mean, and again, everything I'm reading here, it I don't see anything related to you right now, if it helps. I feel like, again, I keep on hearing, like, I see somebody who enjoyed the trip, but it was like, I keep on seeing, it's not, it's like, I see somebody, like, I feel like I see somebody who's like neck was straining because they were so worried about what was occurring in their absence from somewhere, you know? Thank you so much, Kath, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The next person on the list right now is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. I got you, dear. We're doing a general for Melissa. And again, if anybody else wants to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. And if you're on the hold list and would like to be removed from the hold list and added back to the list, just let me know the date you're on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. All right, we're going to continue right now. And we're doing a general, but before we do so, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the raven. All I saw was purr saying, not the goose. That's a nice technique you got there. That's a nice technique there. That's a nice technique, Purr. 7. You guys are hilarious. All right, let's continue. Oh, what's going on, Mel? I feel like it's a situation. I feel like you got to help somebody. Like, I feel like you got to help somebody come out of panic mode, is what I keep on seeing. You know? I keep on hearing excitability. Excitability ruins everything, is what I keep on getting. And the reason I keep on hearing, like, how do I describe this? And I feel like it's like, I feel like I almost see you saying to another person, sometimes people are just like, sometimes something nefarious is not going on. Sometimes people are just busy, you know? But like when somebody's got too much time in their hands and another person, like, but I need to point this out. When somebody's got like a large breadth of time on their hands and then they're waiting on another person, like the space by which they start to articulate or feel like something nefarious is going on, I feel like it's almost you having to say, like, sometimes people are just busy, you know? Like, and I feel like it's like, I feel like it's somebody working into the context of hypersensitivity. you know? And it's almost like those situations. You ever have those moments when like you're talking to someone and they call you and they're like, can you believe what this person did? And you're like, what did they do? And then they tell you something that's like the most normal thing that like one would ever imagine one could do, you know? And they're like, I think that they meant blah 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 like about this. And maybe like maybe like maybe you're reading into it too much, is what I keep on getting, you know? Because like when like, and I think you know this, like I see you having to say to another person, like when you go into a space expecting to be hurt is all you will find, you know? And I feel like you've got some kind of guide that's near you that says that to you, that's had to help you through navigating some kind of sense of trauma. Like I just keep on hearing, when you go into a space anticipating that you will be hurt is all you'll find. Because I keep on hearing, when you are walking into a space anticipating hurt, your hackles are raised, you know? Like, you know what I mean? You're waiting for it. You're looking for it. You're like, where is it? Like, where is it going to be? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that type of energy. And so I feel, and I can see the fact, like, I almost see you having to apply, um, like, and I keep on hearing, like, I feel like it's the space by which you understand, like, you've experienced, like, I feel like you've experienced, like, energy that has had malintention. You know, I can see it. Like you've got like clarity on it. And I feel like the difference, like I feel like the clarity, like you've got a gift. And I keep on hearing from your guide, you've got a gift between the fact that sometimes when our hackles are raised too much, the space of someone trying to be very energetically careful with us, right? So as not to hurt us, versus the space by which they're trying to hurt us. Um, you know, I almost see this ability, like your own ability of understanding that, um, like I keep on hearing, we have to navigate each other with a sense of compassion, because that sense of compassion, like when we approach each other with compassionate eyes, we're able to determine, we're able to see the difference between someone being careful, like overly careful, versus somebody that is effectively disregarding us, is what I keep on saying. And you've got beautiful clarity in this way. And I feel like you've needed to do that, because I feel like I see the clarity about you being able to see that has helped you navigate the trauma of someone who effectively potentially sees offense in everything, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like it's hard because I almost see you trying to have a conversation with someone in relationality to, um, like their own. I keep on hearing like their own, like, rigid emotions about something, you know. Um, and I feel like it's hard because I just keep on seeing you, like I almost see the space by which, um like it almost feels like a little bit like I keep on pointing out, like I see you trying to like help somebody in a state of high anxiety be able to effectively face, like, coming into the context of what feels energetically stabilizing. And I feel like the question that you can usually articulate when somebody's going through that is saying, like, why would they be doing that? You know what I mean? Like that's like it does. It feels like you having to navigate someone who's like in a point of hysteria. And hysteria is potentially, I keep on hearing, like, allowing the anxiety to win over logic. Um, make sure, I keep on hearing like, make sure you're not dismissing someone if they're in that experience. Like I keep on hearing like, make sure that you're talking them through it, which is to say, like, usually when you experience someone in that state of energetic hysteria, being like, what would be the purpose of that? Like, what would be the energetic purpose, right? Because if, and I keep on hearing, if they can't articulate upon the purpose as to why they feel like that's occurring, then it's a space by which you can kind of work to help pacify and resolve it, but without becoming part and parcel of it, is what I keep on getting. Because I feel like this is like, I feel like I see you doing a lot of work right now in healing from some kind of, I feel like I keep on hearing you're doing a lot of work right now in healing from some stigmatism, is what I keep on seeing. And healing from stigmatism can sometimes feel really hard, because healing from stigmatism can often create the space by which another person is constantly preparing us for something that they experienced, failing to recognize that our experiences are unique. It's not always that way, right? And so the space by which you are able to kind of heal from another person's stigmatism is almost the ability by which you can say to another, like, I accept and understand that there's something that you experienced that shaped the way that you saw the world. But I want you to understand that the world is energetically changing. And our ability to face those changes with a sense of compassion is how the stigmatism is healed. Because it's the observation that just because something was like that in the past, it doesn't have to continue forth in the future in that way. And I feel like a lot of the things that you're doing right now are building into that. I almost feel like, again, even in the space by which, like, something that you do professionally is like, it's almost like saying to me, like, I almost see you like trying to put a balm on things in terms of helping others through their own like misconceptions. Um, I feel like a lot of your gift right now is perceptual. And I keep on hearing like the perception that we give each other is to understand that our, like, the more that we're able to understand that our experiences are unique. Like I feel like I think it's interesting because I feel like it's like, I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing to heal something, but in the context of another person potentially articulating articulating upon like their own like your ability. I keep on hearing you give someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt. So I feel like I almost see like in the space of like, it's your job to become the energetic educator in that connection, right? Not allowing like the space by which another person's like experience hurts you, but trying to help them understand and see that your experience on something is energetically different. Um, yeah, like again with the Seven of Wands in its upright, I feel like there's a lot of inner child healing that's happening for you right now. And the thing about inner child healing is it's working through the context. It's like it's working through the context of another person's anxiety. It's like often the space by which we feel like the way we often have to go through inner child healing is having to prove another person wrong, right? It's the identification point of saying to another person that I keep on hearing, like we can hold something, we can hold another person's experience with a sense of reverence, right? We can hold the understanding of that, but we can also hold the understanding that um, when we hold things too tightly, right? Like it doesn't allow us to create experiences by which we can be proved wrong, is what I keep on hearing. And so I feel like in a way, something that you're doing is built upon or based upon creating sanctuary, which is the understanding that, you know, like our collective experience in something is one that's built upon, I keep on getting like I keep on hearing like I feel like you're doing something in a way right now by which you're surpassing something, or you're having some kind of energetic success. And I keep on seeing that, like, that ability of recognizing and understanding that, I feel like, the context by which you've had to prove others wrong is also proving something to yourself in a huge capacity. So I feel like you should take a lot of credit for that and appreciate how far you've come, because I feel like a lot of that work you had to do, like, I feel like a lot of that work you had to do in the face of another person's anxieties. And I keep on hearing it's really hard. It's really like the hardest thing to overcome is another person's anxiety, because it's almost the space by which another person, like, you're trying to do something and all they're doing is expressing alarm instead of being energetically happy for the self, is what I keep on seeing. So I keep on hearing, continue to help another person see. Um, and I like to point out, when someone's giving us anxiety that doesn't feel like it's helpful, try to redirect the flow. Like, if someone says they're worried about you, be like, look, I know you're worried about that. This is what you could do if you're actually worried about me, and see how much they're worried about you, is what I keep on saying. Like, if you're actually worried, this is what would feel energetically helpful, right? Redirecting the flow in terms of where it needs to go will tell you the difference between someone who wants to give you their anxiety versus someone who's authentically feels concerned about you and wants to be able to facilitate seeing you do something in the most successful way. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Mel. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We're doing personal readings right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. You can't say an animal. That's cheating. I might as well. Okay, excellent. You're going to get on the list as well, Nikki. I got you. Perfect. Nikki is the next person on the list. Thank you, dear. Yep. We're also at 36K. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. I have people in my life like this. That's the truth. Mainly fam. And the antenna, yeah. It's like seeking validation in a way. Thank you as well. You're so welcome, Mel, and sending you support on that journey. Nikki, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you, guys. Minnie, if Nikki's comfortable with it, I'm happy to read for you first. Nikki, are you comfortable with Minnie getting on the list first if she has a reading in 15, meeting in 15? Excellent. I appreciate that. All right, Minnie, so if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you next. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I like that teamwork. All right, just let me know, Minnie. And meanwhile, as we wait for Minnie to confirm, Nikki, why don't you let me know what your question is in relation to? And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you are a subscriber who has not had access to the Disco channel, you can just message me directly from this live with a Disco GIF. I'll be happy to send you an invitation. Okay, listen, Minnie, the only thing is if the reading, once I finish Nikki, I'll probably be stepping offline. So if you want to do it now, it might make more sense to do it before Nikki, because I just want to make sure I'm still here, depending on how long it takes. Yeah. So I would make the recommendation that you can go first if you'd like, if you want to make sure that I'm still here to have the reading. Just let me know. Oh, thank you, dear. All right, Minnie, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And so the list we have right now is we're going to have Minnie and then Nikki. And then if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. All right, reading on my relationship and connection with them. I've got you, dear. I'm going to pin up Minnie here, guys. Make sure to give them some love. 4 cards, please. Highest party messages. Oh, I mean, I see it. How could you not? You know? I feel like there's something really important, but I feel like it has to do with your past. You know? I've got to stress this. Like, I see some kind of situation with you in relationality to past relationships that, like, I keep on getting, like, I need to stress this. The way you can usually tell that you're in relationship with energy that's insecure is the moment that something goes wrong, everything becomes catastrophic, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like, no false moves in an energetic relationship. Like that, I feel like I see some kind of situation. And I see that this has been happening for a while. You know, I've got some kind of energy here that, like, and you can usually tell, I keep on hearing, you can usually tell that you're in a relationship with insecure energy because everything is fine. Everything is fine until it's not, right? Like everything is absolutely great until the moment that somebody starts feeling energetically insecure, and then everything starts to break. And so I just keep on seeing, like, a lot of these experiences by which you've had to navigate where, and I keep on seeing, like, I've got this trajectory that I keep on seeing that's happening for you in partnership, which is the fact that, like, you enter partnership and everything is fine, and then you start to have to go through some, like, experience by which you're getting better at something, or you're succeeding, and then it triggers another's insecurity, and then they try to articulate upon the fact that they feel insecure in the space by which you're feeling energetically successful. And I keep on seeing the difference, like the difference that I see with you in some kind of relationship is having to heal. Like, I literally see somebody, like, this is the energy I see around you right now. Like, this is where you're coming from. Like, let me show you this. Like, this is 3, like, this is 3 of Cups with a 6 of Wands in its reversal. That's like no good deed goes unpunished kind of energy. That's that moment that, like, every time you have a success, it feels like somebody, like, again, you can usually tell that insecurity coming in by the fact of another person. Like, you can track it on a map with every time you have a success, somebody having some kind of energetic crash out point, right? And often creates that feeling of anxiety in relationality to, like, doing something, because it creates that space by which you're feeling like you feel afraid to kind of move towards your purpose because you're feeling too much like you're navigating another person's insecurity. I don't see this in this connection. I see somebody who's very passionate about what they do. Like, I see somebody who has a path of purpose. They're not going to be someone with a path of purpose does not feel insecure in seeing another move towards it. I feel like you need to write that down. It's going to help you with the anxiety. Someone with a path of purpose does not feel insecure in the experience of another person moving towards theirs. It's the space by which a rising tide raises all ships. And I feel like the difference between and I feel like they've had that same feeling of anxiety before, right? You can't get in a healthy relationship that someone starts feeling like the space of having to tear one down when you're starting to get energetically successful, because you don't get anywhere, right? Your success should not threaten a relationship. It should glorify it. is what I keep on getting, right? It's and I see this, like I can hear somebody say that your success is their glory, right? Like that's what I keep on getting. Somebody who is generous sees your success as their glory, which is the moment or the modality by which you have an energetic breakthrough. And another person doesn't say, "How dare you?" They say, "That's glorious for us." Is what I keep on hearing. Like that's glorious. That's wonderful. That's amazing. I'm proud of you. I'm happy about it. I can't wait to tell. I can't wait to tell everybody, right? Not the feeling, like not the jeepers creepers of somebody feeling anxiety that you're going to energetically abandon them in the process of you moving towards your own excellence. And I feel like that is, but I keep on seeing you're both experienced that before. It's painful. It's hard. It's not fair. It shouldn't happen, right? And I feel like the hard part about it is you guys are going to have to go through that together. You're going to have those like aftershocks with each other of navigating those experiences by which you're feeling like you're feeling things progressing in a positive way. But I keep on seeing the difference between those experiences. This is like you're navigating with someone who's done their shadow work effectively, which is the difference. Like it's not the fact that we don't feel energetically insecure, but we talk about it. We don't react to it. We identify it. We don't effectively, like we don't work towards the space of hurting one another with it. And so I feel like it's important, like allow yourself the context of saying to, like I keep on hearing, your success, I keep on hearing the activation words that you need to say to each other is your success is our glory, right? Which is the understanding that when you move towards something and it feels like it's positive, it doesn't make someone feel vulnerable. It makes them feel excellent. It makes them feel happy. It makes them feel energetically radiant. Because I just keep on seeing that, like that modality by which you and another person share, and I feel like again you share some kind of passion, but I keep on hearing even if you don't do the same things, the passion that you share is the difference here is you're building with someone who shares a sense of purpose. And I keep on hearing a purposeful relationship does not require each other to be lockstep. It requires the observation of appreciating the space by which you're both arriving to your own sense of excellence. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like I keep on hearing like seven of cups in its upright, like I keep on hearing like the modality or the experience of working through something. I keep on hearing it's going to trigger you, right? If you've had these experiences in the past where it's like, I keep on hearing it's not no good deed goes unpunished. It's no success goes unsupported, right? You can usually tell you're in an insecure relationship dynamic where every time you have some kind of modicum of success, another person goes through a crash out period because it's not happening to them. But that's the space by which we understand. Like I keep on hearing like a rising tide raises all ships. Like we don't compare. I keep on hearing we don't compare path work in a healthy relationship because our paths are unique, right? We don't feel different. We don't get angry because another path work is different from ours. And I feel like the equanimity, I feel like you know that. I feel like you've tried to explain that to others that you've been in a relationship with. I feel like this is the first time you're finally with someone that shares that same feeling of generosity. But the hard part is often when we finally find ourselves in the modicum of the space of someone who shares that same sense of generosity, it's hard because I feel like it's requiring you to make the same choices that you did in the past while recognizing or feeling the anxiety of the fact that that choice led to collapse. But now the universe says, good, I'm glad you're making that choice again. I can show you what would have happened with someone who was energetically supporting you. I can show you how that should have gone with someone who cared about you. I can show you how that would have gone with someone who energetically was not thinking about themselves, but but holding you in a space of compassion. So continue to do that work because I see the fact is like they're going through it too. You know, it's like they're with you every step of the way on that. Like they're sharing that anxiety, or they're sharing that concern, and you can usually say, right, and the balm that you guys can articulate to each other is saying, if there's something wrong, promise to tell me. Absolutely no harboring, right? If there's something wrong, promise to tell me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. And the next person on the list for today is Nikki. All right. Absolutely. Teamwork makes the dream work. I like that. Yep. I'll stalk and distract. Nice, Nikki. Yep. No, I can see why you have the anxiety around it. I see, like, the last 3 relationships you were in that space. Yeah, this is relatable. Absolutely. That happened to me. I feel like our readings are always relatable. Absolutely. I can definitely see us celebrating each other. That's what it was like with my ex. Success caused issues in the relationship and past relationship. I love that. Our own sense of excellence. If he wins, if I win, he wins too. Exactly. You gotta go through the healing together. The anxiety, I mean, this is what I mean. Like, you've got the anxiety as a carryover for past relationships, right? It's okay to carry the anxiety, but again, understanding that your ability to face that with each other is how you're going to prove that you shouldn't have experienced it in the first place. And sending you so much support on that journey, Minnie. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm actually going to be closing the list, so the list is now closed. But if you want to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. How are you doing, Nikki? Are we doing a general, or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Nikki's question, I'm going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Nikki, are we doing a general, or do you have a specific question? So you can't say something with a heartbeat. You guys are really stretching it today. I'm here for it. Yesterday was a rough one for me. A bit of a breakdown. Wanted to do a check-in on the conflict or guidance. I got you, dear. Guys, I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Make sure to give Nikki some love. 4 cards, please. I know this is gonna. I've got, like, it's interesting too, because I've got someone in spirit talking. I feel like there's a continuation of the space of saying love is the conversations we protect each other from. Love is sometimes the conversations that we protect each other from, which is a continuation of saying when somebody is being unreasonable, we don't convey that to another person. We say, I refuse, I am not continuing. I am not passing that on. I am not participating in whatever this is. If you want to talk to them about it, you go talk to them, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on getting the same message when I read for you, right? Like, healthy love is specifically sometimes telling someone who's being unreasonable, respectfully, I'm not going to be your messenger for something that is energetically inappropriate. And I keep on getting the context, right? The context that I want to give you on this, right, is like if I said to Purr, hey, Purr, tell Nikki I think she's absolutely horrible. right? What would Per say in that context, right? Per would say, I'm not going to say that because it's awful, right? Like the observation of the fact, right? Like the observation of the fact that we don't feel the need to energetically convey something if what we think the person is articulating to us is energetically abysmal, right? It's the space by which we understand, like the mortification point is when somebody articulates something to us to tell another person and we say no. And in fact, how dare you? Right? Like, it's like I keep on doing, it's the space by which we say no, and also how dare you? It's the observation that when we refuse to convey a message, it's the conversation of saying, I think that that message is rude, right? Like, I think that that message is rude, and I'm not going to be the person to effectively articulate something that I don't effectively condone, right? We don't feel, we never, and that's why we don't say to each other, well, I'm just telling you what they said. No, we don't do that, right? If somebody says something to you, right, and the way you can know this logically is if somebody said something to you that is completely unbelievable, right? You say to them, I'm gonna give you the opportunity to think. Like, I can almost see you saying to someone, I'm not only gonna not say that, but I'm gonna give you the opportunity to think about if you want to say that. Choose your words carefully, right? It's the conversation that we have with another that we protect each other by saying, I want you, not only am I not going to say it, but I want you to choose your words carefully. I want you to think really carefully about whether what you articulate is something that you effectively want to have another person receive. And I feel like there's a lot, of that space by which you're having to heal from some kind of energetic trauma in relationality to another person, like working through, and I keep on seeing somebody coming into the space of saying, well, I'm just telling you, you don't have to tell everybody everything, right? Sometimes love is saying to another person respectfully, the buck stops here. Love is literally saying to another person receptively, not even the buck stops here, and being like, and the reason we say, I need to point this out, the reason we say the buck stops here is not the fact that we're talking about money. We say buck as in the, like the whatever it is that you're like, the space by which an animal refuses to move because it's saying, I don't like the direction. I don't like the direction that you're taking something. And not only do I not like the direction that you take something, I'm not going to be the conveyance point by which you go there. Right? Like, that's why we say we have this misconception that the buck stops here means that it's related to money. It has nothing to do with money. It has to do with the force of saying, I am not going to be the energetic conveyor belt by which you deliver something if I don't like the direction that you are taking it. And I feel like it's almost you having to say to someone, I need you to help, I need you to work on your spinal column, right? Which is the space by which if someone tells you something that is completely inappropriate, and then they say to you, deliver the message, you say, you know what you can do with that message? You know what you can do with that message? Right? It's the observation, right? It's the observation in relationality to saying to another person, check yourself. How could you say something like that? Right? How could you say something like that? Why would you tell me? Why would you tell another person that they said it? Right? And I keep on getting this message because I feel like there's somebody in spirit that used to work through something. And every time I read for this, I feel like I keep on hearing the space by which another person becomes unfiltered was the space by which somebody said, let me talk to them. Right? Like the protectiveness. I keep wondering the energetic force field of another person saying, like, I see somebody who's saying, can you please repeat that? No, please have them say it. Please have them say it. Say it to them. Here, actually, okay, you want them? Okay, oh, you want to say that to them? Hold on. Let me get them on the phone. No, it's fine. No. You just wait a minute. Let me get them on the phone. No, it's so important. You're right. You want them to hear that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to facilitate getting them here so that you can say that to them. And if somebody changes their song, if someone changes their song between the observation of saying, you know, tell them I said this, versus saying, actually, why don't I just get them on the phone so you can tell them yourself? It talks a lot about the nature of that person, doesn't it? It talks a lot about the nature of the quality or characteristic of someone who says, tell them, versus having the ability of being able to articulate it to another. It's interesting, isn't it? Right? And so I feel like there's something really important about that. And so I keep on seeing the conversation that you need to have with someone is understanding what it means to be a healthy facilitator on communication. And the funny thing about being a healthy facilitator on communication is not the fact that you're communicating. It's recognizing and identifying what you are and are not willing to communicate. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to tell them that. I want you to reconsider if you want them to hear that. Right? The way that we effectively care for each other is we give someone the proportionality of saying, I want you to consider the fact that your words carry impact and they have weight and you should navigate them. But even more so, being conscientious in the space of articulating what another person is asking. But even in the space by which we articulate what another person is asking, we are consenting to it. When we articulate to another person what another person is asking for, and it is unreasonable, we are effectively consenting to it. And so I feel like it's a conversation that you need to have with someone who is in the space of acting as some kind of energetic conveyor belt, which is the space by which another person articulates upon what everybody's saying, instead of being conscientious in relationality to what it is that they themselves are. And I keep on seeing, like, the space of being able to navigate the difference between somebody working through something and articulating upon the fact that something is difficult versus the difficulty point. Not, I keep wondering, when somebody's being difficult, the difficulty point is related to how ridiculous they're being. Okay? If someone is being ridiculous, then they are the point of being difficult. The difficulty point is when another person, but often when somebody is making ridiculous demands, they'll articulate that others are being difficult because they're not conceding to their ridiculous demand. So I feel like there's a lot of this energy here that is almost like the space of another person saying, who's being difficult? Is it you effectively minding your own business? Or is it somebody making a ridiculous demand upon you? And I keep on getting like that. And I feel like it's interesting because that is the conversation that you need to effectively have in relationality to someone trying to articulate the fact that in some way, shape, form, or fashion, they are going through difficulty, like in the space of something, right? It's like, I keep on getting here, like difficulty, like sometimes, like when we're in a point of maturation, we don't say, oh, it's become difficult for me. You say that person's being ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like that person's being ridiculous is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. This is how we care about each other, right? It's the ridiculous detector, right? We don't concede. We go. I've ascertained where the ridiculousness is coming from, right? And we articulate to each other when we care about each other. We articulate to each other when we're being ridiculous. And what is being ridiculous mean? Being ridiculous is asking, right? Is asking something of another that has no logic or basis or reason to it beyond the fact that we desire it to be the way we desire it to be, right? Because I said so is ridiculous. When anybody says the logic by which they're asking for something is because they said so, never will you see somebody so deep in their ego, because the ego asks for ridiculous things. That is the ego detector, right? If you want to figure out if somebody's in their ego, watch how ridiculous their requests become. I would like a shrubbery. You know what I mean? Like you asking for, like you ask for the most ridiculous things to just see if someone will concede to whatever request you're making. So I feel like it's the space by which you have to recognize and articulate and say, when we care about each other, we also care about each other by telling each other that we're being absolutely ridiculous, right? that we tell each other if we're asking for rubbish. And so I feel like that's something where you have to work into a space of not getting upset, but helping to educate another in relationality to what feels like it's helpful versus somebody passing something ridiculous to you. Thank you again for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now closed. Final call for anyone who is a subscriber who would like a one-card reading. I'm sending you so much support. Here's the thing, Nikki. If you see them moving, congratulations, because that means you're energetically steady. I'm going to say it again. If you see the goalposts moving, congratulations, because that means you're energetically steady. Absolutely. And just reading over the comments. Yeah. Hi, dear. Absolutely. Yeah, yesterday is a build-up, affects, and it just simmers and blows. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. It is. Oh, I'm sending you so much support. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. And here's the thing, I'm being honest is not an explanation. Honesty is not, we talk about this. Honesty is like hot water. We can hurt each other more with honesty. It's not, honesty is not a reason. Yeah. Oh, well, and again, if it was glitching out, Nikki, you can find on the place where we keep the videos. Yeah, words do have impact. You can't take them back. Yeah, and again, this is why we talk about, even when I keep wondering, even when we're hyperbolic, we immediately recalibrate, which is if we say something, we immediately articulate the fact that we didn't mean it. Yeah. I swear, and sending you so much support on that journey. And thank you for having that reading with me. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Sonia, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this is required. I feel like you're ready to have a conversation with someone. But I keep on hearing some conversations require us to be in the right headspace. So I keep on hearing, don't feel like you have to force yourself into the space by which you have to have an emotional conversation, right? Sometimes it's not great to talk about things. And sometimes saying to somebody, I'm not ready to have a conversation, is the difference between saying, I don't want to talk about it, you know? Yeah, especially with swan energy, right? I feel like it's a conversation of you talking to another person, being like, look, I really want to talk about this, but I want to make sure I'm in the right headspace to have the conversation, right? Like if you can't have it immediately, being like, let's put some time on the calendar to do so, is what I keep on getting. Minnie, one card for the presentation tomorrow. You actually had 3 cards coming out. This feels positive. I feel like the hard part about it is is being able to focus on a plan going forward. Like it feels like a lot of ideas being brought forth. So make sure, I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you're finding a way to write down all of the ideas that are coming through, because I almost feel like something that you're bringing forth is like generating a lot of possibilities, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, make sure to kind of reorient or focus in terms of like the next step. Not getting too ahead of the self is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing like keeping the expectations, keeping the expectations manageable is what I keep on seeing. Yep. You're so welcome, dear. Oh, yes, absolutely. Animal spirit guide for Nikki. Hold on a minute. Wait, one moment. Sorry. Animal spirit for Sonia. Yeah, especially with the otter energy, like basically saying to another person, like, listen, like I want to have this conversation with you, but it won't go positively in the way that I'm in right now. So being able to like give someone the understanding about the fact that you want to energetically like get back to them, but in a timely fashion, by saying like, look, I'm not available now, but this is when I can energetically sit down and talk about something. And Minnie, animal spirit. Yeah, the fire dragon. Like I see even now, like I feel like it goes so well. There's a lot of extra work that happens, but being able to like manage a lot of ideas in a way that feels like it's sustainable. One card on partnership for Nikki, please. I feel like this is you again. I keep wondering, not every feeling needs to be articulated. We navigate the feelings to understand. Our feelings are shared when we want another person to do something about them. right? It's not just about articulating about how we feel. When we're filtering through our feelings, we understand the feelings that we have to resolve within the self versus the feelings that we're articulating to another because we're asking them to energetically do something. Yeah. What would you have me do? If someone can't state it, it's usually not healthy. No passive aggressive energy, right? What would you have me do? Not just the space of someone kind of articulating upon how they feel, but being able to be clear in terms of what they're asking you to do in relationality to what they're feeling. Hi there, Susan. One moment, please. One card, highest priority, please, for Susan. One thing at a time is what I keep on saying. Don't get distracted. Focus on your prioritization point is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself. Don't build into assumption. I just keep on hearing the next best step is the best foot forward. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, again, energy that's in alignment to you understands, like they're not going to rush you. Like I almost feel like you've got some kind of energy around you that understands, like you kind of like working to like like percolate on something is what I keep on getting, you know? Oh, and we got to 50K. Wonderful. Kim, highest priority, please. Um, be kind on yourself, right? I feel like make sure that you're prioritizing and taking some downtime. Yeah, sometimes walking away from something, we're never not working on it, but sometimes getting out of our headspace on it, like taking a walk, can help us, like the answer or the solution comes to us in ways that we least expect, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the horse, you know, taking a break is often creates a breakthrough. Nikki, your animal spirit guide, the cat, right? It's not about just, it's about navigating our emotions with intention, right? It's something I just want, it's like we don't have to share everything. It's the ability of being able to be conditional in relationality to how it might make another person feel to share it. All right, friends, we're going to do the 50K giveaway right now. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 34. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. No, 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 no. Bridget, no, 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 no. Oh, Ava, congratulations. That reading will be available for you tomorrow. Friends, I will be on a little bit later tomorrow. I'll probably be on closer to noon Eastern time, 9 a.m. Pacific. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Turning on the bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you just became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find a special coupon code there that will give you a discount on our tarot class subscription program. Our next class will be held on the 18th. If you message a gift to me and you'd like to join, I'll be adding you to the disco channel. If you'd like information on the class or a discount code on the class, message me the word class. And if you'd like to learn more about our trip, message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.